Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. I can't believe it's Thursday already. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, of course. I'm still a little bit under the weather. I'm sort of on the way up. Last night, no medication, no decongestants, just sort of toughed it out. Didn't get a great night's sleep, but like I think I'm on the mend. But it sort of moved a bit from my nose to my chest, a little bit, like my throat. I just got a bit of a cough, so if I'm muting myself a fair bit, pardon me, during the stream, that's because of that. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. Big thank you to most recent, hang on a second, let me fix that. One second. My stream labels is not set up. Big thank you anyway to Cyborg Chipmunk for the most recent subscription. 46 months. You kidding me? Thank you. And Aspectums for the most recent follow. Do I make some courses? Hey, Holla Boys. I actually don't have any like courses. I've got my YouTube videos, but in terms of like actual like course material where I say, this is episode 1. Today we're going to do blah. I've got a couple of little things that are like short. I would love to do like a straight up like intro to code tutorial that's just like, hey, code's not scary. You can learn how to do it. But we'll see. I don't know. I need to find like a really good way to structure that content. And also to get over my fear of being too, what's the word? I don't want to like tell people how to do something and then other people who are more knowledgeable than me say, hey, that's wrong. But anyway. Yeah, I would love to, like, it's so weird. Like privately, I'd love to. Publicly, it's hard because if I say something wrong, I can't correct it. You know what I mean? That's the thing about YouTube. You can't like edit it with a little cut that says, hey, actually, like, I wish, you know, someone could provide feedback like a month into my video and then I go over and just edit that part to properly say what it should say or something like that. You know, just like update the tutorials and stuff. That'd be sick. Then I would have a much different YouTube channel if that was the case. But you have to sort of get it right and then publish it. That's it. You can't like just freewheel it. All right. I'm just gonna go blow my nose because I can tell I have to, and this is gonna be a weird intro if I'm just holding it the whole time. So one sec. Okay, so so this morning I had a chat with our friends at Jump Button Studio, the ones who donated a lot of subs a couple of days ago to the stream, 200 subs worth. We had a chat this morning just around publishing opportunities, and I thought it was a good conversation. It was great to meet them, and obviously, like, first meeting, nothing major ever is going to eventuate from something like that. But no, it was great to meet them. All right. So today, man, I'm not feeling great. I'm just physically very drained today. Like my head's just not able to focus very easily. Have not been as productive as I would have liked. Just like this whole hour, I was just out of it. Yeah, Windows Media Player, man. Do you know, it's crazy. Like, I just think that software isn't made like it used to be. And this is like the best, it's the best media player on Windows, you know? That's the reason why it exists. It's just better. You know, you make your playlist, it plays the playlist. That's it. What more could you want? All right. You can burn a DVD with it if you want. So, yeah, basically last night after the stream, I worked on this sequence a little bit more, trying to get further along. We've got a meeting in about half an hour with the rest of the team, and there's work that they need to do, or that are doing, that is dependent on some of this stuff. So I was trying yesterday to get through it really quickly. And you know what? All things considered, it did take longer than I expected, but being on the other side of it feels a lot better. So the work in question is, it's really about what happens when you finally unlock the 3 abilities. Just to talk over this really quickly, the way that the predicament that I'm in, and this is something that from an engineering perspective is difficult with project management. So the first thing is like, okay, you can unlock abilities at crucibles. Yeah. That's like the first thing. And the crucibles are like, they're these forges that they have an anvil at them or whatever, and you can make stuff here. In the general case, the idea is that they have these little lights and you light them up to get 1 ability. You might have to bring 5 enemies to the crucible to get 1 ability. And if I was just to build this system, that's how it works. Every crucible has exactly 1 ability, and then that's it, you move on. The problem is that in the demo and in chapter 1 in general, not general, but in chapter 1 specifically, I want you to get 3 abilities from the 1 crucible, because they represent a story beat in the game, an emotional beat that represents, like, you know, like you've hit a point in the story and now the story has changed. And the problem is that having them be 3 in 1 so that you go 3 times to the same one is a fundamental difference than the system. So, you know, if you're here and you have to do something once and you want to fake it, it's easy to do that. If you want to do something 16 times, you don't fake it, you build a system. Right? So that every time is the same as building it once. And usually building the system takes maybe like twice as long as faking it, but you know, you get to extend it and use it forever. The problem is when you have to build a system and then also fake it, because you have to make exceptions to the system just once, but then every other time the system works a certain way. And that's not only difficult from a design and development perspective, it's also difficult for a player as well, because you don't want to teach the player something that's wrong, that doesn't apply to the rest of the system. That's the really hard part. So in this case, you know, the goal is to really define a set of rules for these things that don't feel like they're being broken when the context changes later. And it's a really balanced nuance here. It's really hard to get that right. And in this case, there's a number of things that I'm making exceptions. There's like maybe 6 or 7 exceptions that were like, they all sum up to one thing happening and then that's different to how it normally happens. From the player's perspective, they'll feel like it's one thing, but it's actually like 7 or 8 things that have to be slightly different. For example, I'll list them off. When you approach one of these, it's supposed to be kind of like dormant. It responds to the sword. You go back, you defeat some enemies, you bring their souls basically to either this or like these pedestals. In this case, I don't have the ability to bring the souls back to the crucible. So what I did was I have invisible pedestals sitting here, here, and here in these 3 spots. That's one thing that's breaking the system to get it to work the way that I want. The second thing is when you learn the ability, it's supposed to light up here when you're like eligible to learn it. And it's supposed to fill up over time. Here, because you're only bringing 1 soul per ability, and this has 3 different abilities, when you finish learning it, it just disappears. But in the normal system, it's supposed to stay there to like show you which ability you unlocked. Here, it's like, well, we've got 3 abilities, so which one do we show? We can't show any of them after you've learnt them. The third thing is that when you get an ability, you should see the menu. You should be shown this and then shown the ability. And then you should have the opportunity to like read about that ability by hovering over it. In this, because you're learning 3 different abilities, I don't want to put you through that process 3 times. I don't want you to have to pick up the menu 3 times. So there's like all these little things that accumulate that make this challenging, that I have to build stuff that only has to get built and exist here, but that doesn't break the system. So it's like overriding the system without breaking how it works. And particularly around music, like we've got musical cues. We'll just go through and I'll say them. So like, here's another one. Okay. This, when I'm testing, right, this pedestal shouldn't be here. Like in the game, you'll come from down here and that pedestal will be down lower. But for testing, I want it to be here so that I can just come up and test it. Because otherwise I got to run up from the bottom every time. So it used to work like this. You know, you load into the level, the anvil's down here, you press S, you go up, you know, eventually you get up here and then you can interact with the thing. But it obviously, I didn't want to do that every time. So instead what I did was I put a little trigger point here so that if you happen to be here at a specific time in the day, when you show up, it's already there. So like extra work, you know, but just to make it easier for me to test and maybe even for the player, if the player somehow gets here via this wall, at least it won't be broken. So that's the first thing. Let's crank the music up. You can't hear any of that because there is no music. Hey, Blazy. Hey, Thomas. How you doing? Good to see you. What's going on, buddy? So then we bring this over. I caught your stream the other day. You were working on some Unity menu stuff. You were trying to do a key up. Unity's one of those, there's always something right with Unity. I have my fair share. Although right now I'm stuck for a different reason. I'm stuck because of my code. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen, I mean, I can give you a little round trip of some content if you're interested. Let's jump to a different part. Maybe we'll just drop in at the start of the level. So, like, Insignia is an action adventure, pretty classic kind of Zelda-like, I guess. Though there aren't that many games like this. The closest thing I would kind of liken it to is a game called Tomba, or like Tombi on the PS1, depending on which region you're in. And in this game, it's got that Metroidvania thing, except the abilities, you like claim them from enemies in the level. So you get this double jump from like that snake. And then we've got this like directional attack system. So like you can attack downwards, upwards, forwards, or back. And depending on the ability that you're trying to claim from the enemy, you'll be able to claim it earlier by like parrying the enemy. So in this case, the enemy's got like a red attack. So if he fires it up and then we backstep, we get to steal it a bit early, and then we can use it against him. So we get the fire attack. And then we just like do puzzle platforming stuff. You can combine the abilities, you can use them to like achieve little puzzles and stuff like that you couldn't otherwise do. Oh. We also have like a pretty intense like parkour kind of system. So like you've got, you know, your ledge grabs, you can slide, you can scramble down ledges, you can jump off them, and there's just like a bunch of little tricks like that just hopefully makes the game just easier to run around through. You can even stumble up ledges like that. And every level, the abilities reset. So I hope so, dude. Yeah, for sure. So every level's like its own little puzzle. Like these guys, they give you a green ability that lets you ride up walls. So you can do some little... Wait. Oh. And then there's also like musical puzzles too. There's a bit of a Zelda reference there. So we're still working on this stuff. Like this is all pretty... I mean, close to polish, but not like, you know, not yet at a public level. So we've got this little like cello you can play. You can go like... And then, you know, oh, you solve the puzzle. And we're also doing like, you know, pretty cool like directed cutscenes too. So like here we're in a cutscene, and you know, we've got different dialogue that comes up, and in this case, like this is way later on. So you'll have to go and do a bunch of stuff to get here again. But we can also just kind of skip a little bit, or clicking around. We're in debug mode here. And then when we get up here, like we've got a pretty interesting, like, you know, interaction sort of queue there. Custom animations for stuff. Quest system. And what I'm working on right now, although I think I might have broken it, is introducing the player to that magic system. So you don't start with it. You kind of like get this magic sword, but you don't know it's magic. And then you find yourself kind of here. I might just check which flags we've got. Yeah, that's all good. Well, I don't want to like break the illusion of how polished it looks, but this is not going to work, I think. Maybe it will, we'll see. So you get these things, they're called end signs. And yeah, that's supposed to get pulled up into the thing. Anyway, I'm going to keep debugging, but welcome. So we're looking for where are we? I'm going to turn that off for a second. We're looking for Crucible Forges, lights, Forge Light 0. This has to turn on. I don't know why I turned it. Oh, I turned them all off. That's not what I want. Oh, I think I turned them off in a, there's like a cutscene and it disables them on the timeline and they might have serialized off. That's the problem. I pressed save while they were off, so they're just off all the time. Don't you hate when that happens? But you know what? I have a lot of grievances over Unity, over stuff like that. But at the same time, if you try to do the same thing in Godot, it's even worse. So I was saying earlier, like this system here, we probably aren't really going to show this after chapter 1 because there's another menu that you don't actually know about yet as the player that I'm trying to shield you from until the end of this sequence. But that menu shows all of the upgrades. So you won't really know about that. And then we gotta fix that. But let's get up here for a second. And I'm trying to make it so that you see that there's only 3 here. So you get the second ability. And that's the charge. We've got the music updating as we go. We're gonna find your way to this guy, and then we're gonna skip over here. That's working well. And then here's the part. So like, normally you only get 1 ability per one of these things, but because there's 3, because I'm trying to introduce you to the system a little bit more quickly, when you learn this one, I gotta show you all 3 in that new menu at once. So let's see if it works. Cool. Yeah, that worked. That was pretty cool. All right. The only thing is, I think we're missing like one last moment here with the crucible. I feel like it needs to like shut down. It needs to be like whoosh, and like show you that like it's spent and you don't have to do anything here anymore. The music is right on. We've got Morgan's track is like, it's perfect. But like, I feel like we need another big kind of like whoosh moment where it's like the system's like, you know, you've done the stuff you're supposed to do here. Thank you very much. See you later. Right now, like even these lights being on kind of makes me feel like, oh, there's something that we can do here, or that's responding to the state. Whereas if it went fully cold, that'd be better. So yeah, still got to figure through that. But that's what we're going to do today. Yeah. I mean, this was a solo project until like 6 months ago. So the music's not me, and the sound effects aren't me, and some of the animations aren't, but everything else is pretty much. I feel weird saying that because, you know, like the more we work on it as a team, the less that becomes true. So like I need to like check like that I'm not underselling how much work the team has done, which they've done an amazing job. But it's weird because like I've spent 8 years, they've spent 6 months, but there's 5 of them, 1 of me. It's, you know, it's hard to what's the word? It's hard to evaluate. Not that it needs to, you know, we're a team, it doesn't matter. But when people ask the question, you know. All right. So I need to, well, the first thing that's bothering me is like this column. Why did this go up on its own? That's bothering me. The operator here extends under 4 conditions. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 triggers. So if you reach there, it goes up. If you reach there, it goes up. If you reach there, it goes up. Wait, that's not right. It goes up if you reach here. That should be down, surely. That's retract. Start trigger 2 should be retract. Surely. And what's this one? Start trigger 1. What's that? That's also retract? I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. And then extend everywhere else? I don't know. We can have a look. I'm just getting clicked around, just like just getting knocked out. Yeah, I mean, I would expect it to be down here, and then once I get to here, it comes up. Yeah, there we go. And then maybe it goes down again once we get down to here. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. There actually is a sound, Sadzuf, and right now you can't hear it because I think it's mapped spatially, and it's just a little bit far away from where we are, like the actual thing. So we need to do an edit there just to make it so that it plays the same volume no matter what. But yeah, for sure. So everything else is coming along pretty well. I just need to think about like what VFX we're going to do here to have the thing turn off, you know. It's I mean, I don't know. I in my mind I see it as like a big like lights, like shafts, like you know in Harry Potter when Voldemort takes the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's grave and he like shoots a beam of light up, or like the what's it called? Oh, Thomas, thank you so much for the donation. $50, that's awesome. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, like what is it? Is it the effect when they're using the light bridge? What's it called? The Heimdall in the Marvel movies has the rainbow bridge, that like effect of all of the light kind of like chaotically and very vertically going up. I'm thinking like maybe that's too much here, but like something like that where there's like a beam of light that's getting thinner and then it just dissipates out of the top of the thing, like it gets like fully exhausted, almost like a jet engine because it's a furnace. So like, I don't know, what does that look like? A furnace overheating or something. It shouldn't seem like it's, well, I did design this to be kind of broken. This one it doesn't look broken, but I've got a version of this where it's all crumbled. The Bifrost, that's the one. So I got to think about it a little bit. We're getting there for sure. There's also another visual effect that we're doing for the intro to this scene, which I'm still sort of figuring out. So we've got this idea where like all of the upgrades you get in the game like diverge from this one central one. So you see this hovering here when you start, like when you load up from the elevator, and it's kind of hovering here, and then it kind of like becomes unstable and splits into all the upgrades, and then they disperse out all over the world. That's what I hope we can do, which I think is reasonable. I think we can do it. I just need to make all of this stuff parametric. So I got to make how diverged it is a parameter. I got to make I got to make maybe a state machine for what it's doing, like splitting, or maybe I've got two different behaviors. One is like do this thing that's happening, and one that's like go away. And then I got to decide whether or not I want that to play out the same way every time or be like random. Look at Armin just jittering away there. I got to turn off his pixel perfect. Still working on that. I think it's the geometry in this case being not aligned with the exact pixel value. Yeah, turn that off. Get that out of here. So, yeah. I think maybe we work on this first. That might be better. Actually, we have a meeting in like 5 minutes, so we'll work on it after the meeting. But I think we're getting close. Like even this kind of chromatic aberration coming out of the white is really cool. I guess I need to work on a jitter effect. That's probably the first thing I need to do. I actually do have a jitter effect. And maybe this is something where like VFX graph is like the way to go. I've never worked with it, so I'm a little scared of it. And I don't feel like I have time to invest in learning how to use it. That's the thing. But do I just pull the trigger and do it? I feel like it'll be the whole video. The whole of today will be VFX graph if I choose to do it. Because I don't even have a way to interface with it. I don't even know anything about it. It's consistent with other Unity systems. Yeah, because there's a lot of like behavior here that I'm talking about. It's like I want these things to have noise in the way that they move, and then I want them to coalesce, and then I want them to disperse out along probably splines. I need like 16 splines for these things. Which is not the worst thing in the world. I just draw 16 squiggly lines, but yeah. And then like, is it one effect or is it multiple effects? I think I'll just get it. Yeah, because I've been scripting it otherwise, or using particle systems and just turning on and off emitters and that kind of thing. So I don't know. I guess I could definitely do it without VFX graph, but it might take me... I think what I'm concerned about is the tweaking might take a long time as I'm updating scripts, because I don't really trust hot reload anymore for this kind of thing. So it's just going to be like, change this number, compile, change this number, compile. I know, great 01 is the voice of reason here telling me not to do it, but let's try it. I mean, what the hey? We're on stream, we're having fun. Is it just baked in to Unity? Do you not have to get it as a package? Ah, visual effect graph. Okay. It is what it is. That's a reasonable name. It's a node-based visual effect editor that allows you to author next generation visual effects directly on the GPU. Visual is production ready for high definition render pipeline and runs on all platforms. Wait, it's only HDRP? Oh, full support for universal render pipeline and compatibility modes is still in development, so it doesn't fully support URP. That's a shame. Are they they're unifying the renderer soon, right? Is that Unity 7 where that's happening, or is it already in Unity 6? Okay, so do I go to the samples? Visual effects graph additions, additional assets for the visual effects graph event helpers. No, let's just do it the Adam C. Yunus way and just go, I'm gonna make a new game object in not this scene. I'm gonna go somewhere else where I can have a play. Well, let's go over here. I know they'll help me, but that's not how I learn things. That's not how I want to do it. I just want to see how well they've built this. Visual effect, that's got to be VFX graph, right? So they've already created a game object for me. That's fun. Asset template. Nope. But I guess I need one to do anything here. So let's make a new one. and we'll put it in assets. I don't think I have a thing called VFX, so let's make a new folder called VFX graph and call this test graph. And we get our VFX. Okay. Now, it's hard to even think about where this is supposed to go. It's doing particles right now. Okay. Let's just show up here for a second, have a look. So this is very much like shader graph. Spawn system, rate 16. Okay. How does it know that this is a particle system? Initialize particle, okay. Update particle, output particle quad. So wait, is it just, I don't understand, like, I guess this is why I should be checking tutorials and stuff, but like, we've sort of like dived into particles already. And like, what if I don't want to make a particle system? Oh, look at all this stuff. Curves, arc, circle. Yeah. Ah, this is cool. Dude, if I get confident with this thing, Insignia is going to be the best looking indie game you've ever seen. If I can get a really good VFX graph going, like a good workflow, there's like one effect that I think is like super duper off the table that freaks me out when I see it. It's this thing in there's this moment in Sea of Stars that just blows my mind, that I don't like. It's so extra. Like, what the hell? What are we looking at? It's probably way simpler, actually. This is just a noise mesh. Like, it's just a texture that's scrolling. But look at this! What the hell? What? Look at that! Look at this thing! This is some like what's the Zenless Zone Zero VFX stuff. Jesus. Like, come on, man. In a pixel art game? Get out of here. Oh, I see. They transition to and from a 3D model and a 2D model. This is the thing. You definitely have to sit here and break stuff down. If you don't, if you just let it wash over you, you'll never be critical and you'll never do something better, or like you'll never even approach it. Whereas like now, looking at that, like I kind of see what they were doing actually. I should not set my expectations too low. You don't need Insignia to come out, right? You just need to see me do cooler shit all the time. There doesn't need to be a release date. Think about all the systems that we haven't used yet. All right, we've got a meeting. Let's do it. All right. Alrighty. So this is a catch-up for our team, just like a general stand-up meeting. Hello.
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 Hey, good afternoon.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
We're still waiting on a couple. This is team stand-up. So we've actually got sound effects review after this. Very good.
Yep.
Cool. Hey, Morgan.
Hi.
Hi. How was that? You had a tradie over?
Yeah, just someone to come fix the towel rail in one of our bathrooms. It turns out they did tell us, and I completely forgot.
Oh. I love getting mad and
That's
then
on me.
realizing it's your fault.
Yeah,
That's me like all the
luckily it was
time.
just a power out, so, like, he was in and out in, like, 5 minutes.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I do that
Yeah.
with that's me and Unity all the time. I just blame and then I go, "Oh, actually it was me." All right, I think we get started. Maybe Morgan will show up a little bit later. Haven't heard from her today. But she was a little under the weather this week, so maybe she's still
Yeah.
unwell. So, welcome everybody to Stand Up. It is Thursday, the 27th, one day before the demo is my soft deadline for the demo. Which, look, at this stage, I think it's probably worth saying out loud that we might be missing this deadline in terms of like delivering to Screen Australia and Screen New South Wales. Although it's a deadline that we set, so it's not like they're, you know, they're not gonna say anything or take the money or anything. So for me, I've been a bit sick this week and just unable to really like put on the afterburners and get a ton done. So I'm sort of energy wise at like ranging between like 50 and like 80, 90%. Like right now I'm feeling good, but the voice is a little awkward. And then work wise, like I'm I don't know. I'm happy with the progress that I'm making, and I think like we're on track to finish soon. I've mostly got the crucible to focus on, and then the Athenium level, and then just making sure the boss fight flows properly, and the rest of it's just like polish that I can do after the like delivery date, because it's really just the delivery date basically just means that we send an executable of the game to Screen Australia and Screen New South Wales for their archival purposes. That's literally it. Oh, and then obviously we do acquittal and you know terminate the contract. So the game doesn't release then, so there's no reason why I wouldn't continue to work on stuff. But what is a worthwhile kind of like kick in the pants is because GDC is not that far, and I want the demo to be in a good space by GDC. And I'd like to have at least a week before GDC where we've got like, time to focus on getting ready to go and that kind of stuff. I probably only really have another week on the demo before taking it across. So I think for me, at least this week, prioritizing on those big tentpole moments like the Crucible sequence, the Athenium levels, and the boss fight and that kind of stuff is kind of like priority. And then like for Elias and Morgan Composer, it'll be having the sound and music match that stuff for the purpose of like, demoing and trailers and TikTok and stuff like that. And then for Morgan P, it's probably going to be a little more Armin stuff or anything related to like animations that you see a lot of. For Luca, obviously, we're still chipping away at level designs. I'm sort of doing all of your stand-ups for you now. We have a bit of a backlog of just, this is more for like playtesting and the prospect of doing not public demo, but like at least community testing for the demo for the sake of whenever we do send it out to somebody, whoever's going to be playing it, we want it to play well. So we're just looking at content and item economy, stuff like that. So as far as like your work, the four of you, I think we're like, I think we're pretty much there. Like if everyone ends up turning in the stuff that they've been working on this week at the end of this week, for those of you whose commitments end when the demo is submitted, I mean, I would obviously appreciate it if you're like, around for little pickups, like for next week. But in terms of like the schedule, actually, you know what? We should have that conversation individually because the contracts differ a little bit. So like, we can talk about it individually. But I basically am trying to say like we should think about wrapping things up a little bit in terms of like the official contracting capacity. And I want to avoid like sort of trickling work that's uncontracted. I don't want to really do that. So yeah, we'll focus on like wrap up in the next, let's call it like today, tomorrow, and then next week. If there's anything trailing, we'll see if we can wrap that up. But that is subject to any individual discussions that we have following this. So we can talk about it in specifics in over Discord or whatever. All right. So other than that, I'm actually out tomorrow, probably for the entire stream, because I'll be at an event. It's like a Western Sydney game developers kind of like, or not game developer. It's like a Screen New South Wales Western Sydney creators thing that they're talking. I think they're just talking about supporting creators in Western Sydney. That's in like Parramatta. So I'm just going to go out and attend that to sort of show face and, you know, be a part of, get amongst it, as they say. Which means, yeah, like I'm definitely just going to keep powering through off stream when I'm not there and until Monday. And yeah, unfortunate, no big crescendo to the 28th, but that's typical for me. Alrighty, how about you, Elias?
I've been working on sound effects.
No.
Let's see. Yeah, yesterday added a new dog barking sound effect.
Oh yeah.
The mastery menu node light up sound effect, which I think I just pulled, and I think the animation is different since I made the sound. But...
Yeah, this is what happens, I guess, because I was a little behind, so you guys were working on vibes. But yep.
Yeah, that's no problem. It was whipped it up quick anyway. So I guess I'll probably be working on that now, and we'll discuss it in our meeting after.
Yep.
And mixing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's what I've been up to.
Yeah. How's that going? Have you found that there's been much variation in like the mix before this task and then as you're going through it?
Other than some, there were a few sounds that I'm like, ooh, that's sticking out and is a bit loud. It's difficult to mix sound effects for games because it's like it's different every time you listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
like I'm
sorry, I'll let you keep talking.
Sorry?
No, it's okay. I was just about to cough, so I'll stop saying anything.
It's like fairly comfortable, I feel like, where it's getting there.
Cool. I was just going to say, did you happen to push a mix midway through yesterday? Because I was just doing a bit of a run through and there was something that I noticed that it stuck out to me yesterday, but it didn't stick out today. So I just want to, did anything change since yesterday, or is that all local on your side?
Since yesterday, no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Then it's just placebo.
Yeah, it could be. I did do one the day before yesterday, so maybe that's it. I don't know.
Yeah, specifically it was the cello sound. I didn't know if that got a little quieter or if maybe my headphones were just a little quieter when I heard it. Somebody on stream, it might have been yesterday, was like, "Oh, that cello is really loud," but I don't know. It didn't sound too loud to me just now.
I'll take another look at it.
It's all good.
Firm.
Cool. Okay, so we'll catch up specifically after this, and maybe. Yeah. Morgan Composer, we're chatting after that anyway, so we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
All right, and Luca.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So mostly, a bunch of level design stuff and just tweaking stuff to make room for the item economies and and those double skill areas that we spoke about.
Yep.
I added 2 of those, well, 2.5 of those.
Okay.
I kind of just dumped that whole list on you earlier this morning. It's a lot, and there's even stuff I thought about after, but so it's quite a bit. Yeah, stuff. It's probably worth going through just to finalize some things and testing new content. I added the 7 feathers into the game.
Nice.
There's just some. I think the issue with pillows menu doesn't quite work.
Yeah, we've got to do a
properly.
bit of work on that.
Yeah,
Let me chuck it on the to-do list.
I added the flags into his interface and the rewards, but
Yep.
yeah. Oh, you'll see when you see it.
For sure.
What else was there? Yeah, and the quest stuff as well, like with the elderly couple.
Yep.
That was the next thing I was tackling.
Nice.
And just wrapping up the excavation ship as well. But yeah, happy to have a chat about it more in detail later on or whenever we can.
Yeah, it might be maybe tomorrow morning if it's a longer chat. Just trying to think about where I'm at today and where I will be tomorrow. Tomorrow from, I think it's like 2 is the event. So maybe before that would be reasonable.
Yeah. But, you mentioned next week and, I'll be available for, that extra wrapping up of stuff. Yeah, it's fine.
Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries.
Cool. And Morgan Composer.
Yeah. So I posted in the Figma this morning a title screen track, like when you start up the game,
Nice.
which is kind of a lot of what I've been working on. And then I'm hoping to have some Foothills seaside arrangement to review by the time we have our catch up today.
Awesome.
And I still need to finish the boss fight, like upper phases arrangement. Haven't done anything for the watchtower, which we had put in this week, but we hadn't talked about it yet.
Okay.
So I don't know if, I haven't really touched that.
Yeah, we can get to that a bit later. 1 second. So, watchtower.
I have a Jimi Hendrix song.
All along the watchtower?
Yeah.
Just chuck that in.
That's about watchtowers.
I'm sure that's legal.
Yeah. Sorry about it. It's only illegal if you get caught.
Does Seal have a song about a tower? Anyway. Cool. How did you have that recording session?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was really good. Monday night, friend of mine who plays clarinet came over and I recorded some stuff. So I do also need to get to mixing that into those tracks as well.
Awesome. Cool. Good to know. All right. Well, we'll catch up in a little bit. And then there was something on that I was just going to mention. So it may be valuable for us to revisit together, myself, Elias, and Morgan Composer, on just that last beat of this Crucible sequence where it's like the music, the sound effects, and the visuals kind of all need to come together. And it's not bad right now. I'm actually kind of working against the music that's there now. Like I'm sort of trying to time it. It might, I mean, if we could have the conversation today, it might be better, but we're probably still in like, I don't have like the final look of what's happening. So the thing is, if we don't talk about it today, it's like we might not talk about it for a little while. So maybe we'll just try to force it. And then we can do that either during your meeting, Morgan, or during Elias's, but depending on your availability.
Are you meeting with Elias straight after this?
Yeah, I think so.
Do we want to just? I can stay on and we just do it straight away.
Yeah, if that works.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Awesome. Okay. And then Morgan P.
Hi.
Hello.
I've just been doing some almonds this week.
Yeah. Yeah,
What that? I don't remember.
yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it
Yeah,
on that second pass. I was really happy with your iteration on that.
very good.
You did have you submitted the role that I think you had done. Is that what it was? Was it the role that you had done, but we
Yeah,
hadn't?
the one we forgot about.
Yeah, we forgot about it. So I think what I'll do is just make sure that you have a task for today, if you're around. Maybe, I have to do a quick look through, but
Sure.
I think I know one that might fit, but we'll talk about it.
Sure.
I'll be in
Yeah.
touch.
I'm kind of all over the place this afternoon and tomorrow morning, so no stress.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it might be Armin's, his knockdown animation, which is his death animation, I think is still in the old style. So maybe we could just do a revisit on that one. But I have to review that. I'm not sure. Alrighty. Well, I think that concludes Stand Up. If anyone has any questions or comments or things they need to share or say before we wrap it up, now's your time. Alrighty. Thanks everyone for joining me. And I should probably say, assuming this is like let's call this like kind of the last big stand up. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me on this little journey we've been on. It's been such an honor and a pleasure to work with you so far. And I really didn't think that I would have the privilege of working with people who it was just such a smooth thing, at least as far as I'm concerned. I was prepared for it to be a lot more difficult, and particularly like with meetings and us being remote, that really does pose challenges that like are not they're worth mentioning, and nonetheless we've been able to like really just get through it, I think, without much fuss or issues. So I'm ecstatic over where the project is at and how easily you all sort of gelled together and with me on the project. So thank you. And I'm going to work really hard for the next few months to make sure that we can get back together and continue working on the project as soon as possible. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. Thanks, Adam. Yeah.
No worries.
Appreciate all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I was also going to say, it would be cool if in the near future, like we just got together and like digitally, I guess. And I don't know, maybe we do like some sort of a more casual thing. Maybe we play a game together or we do something. Doesn't even have to be on stream, but just a circumstance that isn't so work related, if you guys would all be up for that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds fun.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for joining me for our final, we'll call it final scheduled stand up. And I'll speak to you all individually in a bit.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right. See you guys.
Bye guys.
See ya.
See ya.
But I'm staying on, and so will Elias and Morgan. Most of us said, just get out of here, Morgan P. and Luca. All right. Cool. So this is our sound effects meeting. I'll kind of use this as a bit of like a audio team meeting as well. And maybe we'll do the joint stuff first, and then Morgan, you can jump off, and if there's anything remaining for me and Elias, we'll do that stuff after.
Yeah, cool.
So the first thing is just like a what's the word? It's just like a shout out to the fact that the trailer is still like going very well, and the music for the trailer is something that's probably still going to need some attention at some point. I don't have like specific dates, but we are working towards an edit like I've seen now every shot at some stage, so I know roughly what we're working with. Morgan, if we wanted to arrange a time to just, like, I could show you where it's at, maybe by the end of this week, or over the weekend, or I don't know, whenever, and just do like a sanity check that, like, where it's at, and if there's a big delta or a little delta between that and what we'd like it to be, we could kind of scope out some work for that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, cool. I think, Elias, I don't know if I haven't validated yet whether or not there needs to be sound effects, but I have seen, like, in trailers, since we had that discussion, trailers with sound effects in them, and I have a sneaky suspicion that, like, maybe we'll need to mix in something, but I don't know if it'll be as straightforward as just, like, turning the music off and playing through the game and getting the shots, or adding specific things in, or mixing in Foley on top of the animated shots. Like, the scope for that feels, I don't know. It might just be easier to just not have the sound effects on it. And I know this is just me spitballing, and you guys can't, like, provide much feedback on it because you haven't seen it. So I guess I'm just flagging that that's like just like a thing that's an unresolved cloud.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to chat about, obviously, the Crucible stuff. That's kind of my big priority right now. So I don't know if you saw earlier on, it's probably worth me sharing it anyway, kind of where it's at. So I might see if I can skip through most of it. I'm on stream right now. If you guys are tuning into the stream, you might be able to see it.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
So basically, like, you guys know the drill here. There's like, well, actually, no, you don't know the drill. I'm making the drill. So anyway, let me fire it up and show you sort of like what's happening. So the current plan is the same as what I was proposing. You've probably both seen this a little while ago, where it's like we've got one sort of white ensign. This is for the intro. And this sort of splits apart into lots of the different symbols. It's going to kind of look like this. I've got the, like, components set up here. So we've got the one kind of white one. It'll be quivering sort of in place rather than doing this sine wave bobbing thing. And then it'll sort of glitch out a little and then break apart in this unstable way into all of these jumbly symbols. They'll all fly out. And what we'll be left with is the three, that you learn in the level, and they'll sort of zoom out more locally, like towards the elements in the screen. Now, music-wise, I don't know if we need like we may need to review this when it's playable, to see if there's anything we can do to score it. But that's the plan for the intro, and then it'll just play on as usual. So Armin will say something, and then you'll hear a voice, and it'll do the rest of it. Then at the end, and I'm not going to go through and play all of it, but as you know, you talk to the thing, you get the abilities one by one. At the end of that, you'll have all three abilities, and I have a little sort of thing that I'm trying out here. So let me see if I've got this set up correctly. This has this, and then this is off. But if I turn it on, imagine right now that we're standing at the crucible and we just unlocked the third ability. So Armin gets the ability. We see the, description, and then we sort of fade in on the menu. You won't see this crystal, but we see each of the three kind of at once unlock, or at least get recognized as being unlocked. Then, because we'll be standing here at the time, I'm thinking of having one last like burst come out of the crucible to sort of show that it's like exhausted its power or whatever, and that you don't have to interact with it anymore. So you'll be standing here. you'll come out of the menu, and then this will do one last like sort of flare, and then what we'll be left with is that line that Armin just says at the end there. He'll say, "No one's ever going to believe that this just happened." So it's, we go into the menu. I've got it kind of mocked up here. So we go into the menu, we show the 3 ensigns, we leave the menu, and then we have this moment, which might take 3 seconds or so. And then Armin says, "Nobody at home's ever going to believe what just happened. I need to hurry up and get to the Athenium before it gets dark." So then that, I think in the music, we've got that, we've got the little motif that plays. I'm happy for that to stay and for that to play right around here, as Armin's kind of like just blocking what just happened out of his mind and kind of resumes anxiously heading towards the Athenium. So yeah, I actually like it. Like, it feels weird, but it's a good kind of weird. It's like a bittersweet kind of something's happening, but the dialogue conflicting with the emotional, with what's visually happening and what's sonically happening I really like it. I think it's perfect. So I think musically, it might just be that I feel like the scene calls for some gravitas at the very end. And I'm throwing this to Elias now. I think it might be somewhere between music and sound effects, but I'm not sure what percentage of the two it should be. This kind of big like whoosh or something, crescendo or something. In fact, in the music, I might as well just play it in the thing right now as we just had it. So my first thought is that we talked about it yesterday, I think, Elias, that item unlocked sound probably shouldn't apply here.
Yeah.
And in fact, here we've got, just now as I was talking, I think I cued the music, so maybe I need to do it a bit better. So you unlock it. I'll bring it up a little in the mix. 1, 2, 3, we'll hear that. And then it should build, and I feel like we should already be there here. And there at that when it cuts away, I feel like we should keep it sparse, but at that crescendo, maybe there should be a sound effect. So I feel like we should try to cue it so that it's building, building, building. As we leave the menu, we get some visual happening here, some big exhaustion where it sort of gets quenched, all the fire or whatever. And then it hangs, and then we hear that little, the motif play. In my mind, that's what I'm working towards. I think actually Morgan's piece on this is kind of good already. I might just keep working along towards just having it match that. Do you two agree?
Yeah, I think that's a solid move. I really love the ending part of that piece.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about getting the timing right, and I don't know if that's something. It seems like you're trying to get that to work in the game versus like, well, I don't know. Are you wanting to like, okay, here's how the music's working, get all the events in game to line up with that, or do you want to go the other way around, where once you have all of that laid out, we try and get the music cues to like triggers to line up with?
I think it's mostly the former, where I'm just working to the music, but the latter, there's just like one. I think right now there's like a really the crossfade into the final event parameter is maybe like a little gentle, but I'm not sure whether it should be. I'm not sure whether it should feel like a smooth transition or like a harder shift of like, oh, now something's happening. We're going to the final bit. That probably can wait if we are going to tweak it at all until at the very end. But what I will try to do, and this is going to probably be the case throughout the whole game, because there's no dialogue here, I can actually time this exactly with whenever we trigger the event, from that point until the next time anybody talks on screen, that's a locked amount of time. So whatever amount of seconds it is, I'll just make it line up, and it should be fine. I think it already is a reasonable amount of time. I think it's basically, I mean, this is the 7-second mark from when we start the cutscene. The only problem is that right now we've got there's sort of a few beats. There's like unlocking the ability, which sets the flag to start the cutscene. And the unlocking the ability also has its own little situation, because you're seeing the modal show up that tells you what the ability is that you just got. So the player can kind of mess it up right now because this is on screen until they tell it to go away, and the music starts here. But if we wait until after this and we cue the music right at the start of when this closes, then we have, our like 10-second straight shot where we can show what we want on screen, have it cue with the music, even leave the menu and have the crucible light up and the Bifrost, whatever happens. And then the music, that little motif cue happens, and then the dialogue starts. And from there, it doesn't matter what the player does, because they can hang on it and it'll just do what it needs to do. I think we're good there. I think it's already fine. I just need to make sure that I cue the music at the right time, which is trivial at this point.
Okay.
Cool. So I guess that just leaves, like, Elias, do you have any, I guess that you're probably going to say, well, what visual do you have in mind to know what the sound should look like or should sound like?
Yeah, I mean, I would ask that, but I'm also thinking, like, when the forge ignites, when an ability slots into it, there's kind of a big, like,
the
bassy whomp.
Yep.
I'm thinking kind of like that, but the opposite, where it's powering down.
Yeah, I guess we could think about the curve of it. Like, are we building into a big fade off? That's kind of matching what the music's doing, where we crescendo and then cut, or are we decaying out, where we have like a bow?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like, is it? Yeah,
I think maybe something. Oh yeah.
I guess that's up to you. But...
Yeah. Well, I can provide some insight there. I think something like this, but it's a little bit more gentle. Like, not gentle, but what's the word? Not as harsh. Like, there's a bit of a decay on it, but it mostly peaks at the like towards the end.
Shark fin kind of shape. Yeah.
Yeah. So this would be like more of like a, an exhale. This would be like a, we're hearing the room a little bit. We're hearing maybe a bit of wind or something. And yeah, I feel like if we hit this and then we hear nothing and then we hear ding, 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 that's going to make me cry. So yeah, I think that's good. Let's aim for that. So sound direction on that sound will be something like the flames. I don't know how because it's a furnace, right? So in my mind, this is the moment, like, when I don't know if you two cook, but when I'm cooking and you have like the hot pan that you've just finished with, and then you put it under the sink and you put the water on it, and all the steam comes up and it feels like you're a blacksmith. It's kind of that moment of like the forge being quenched. And I mean, there's no water here, but I think maybe something that feels like that kind of like sigh, it was sort of like modeling emotionally what it's like to quench a sword after smithing it, and having the crucible kind of just, we've taken all the magic with us and now it's going to sleep again. So all of the last drops are kind of being purged. Purged is a good word. So yeah, does that give you enough direction? Elias?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
I mean, if we're following the music, like if it's gonna match that, I think that plus the music is gonna be enough direction.
For sure. Okay. Exciting.
Yeah.
All right. So I think for music and sound, that's kind of all I had to talk about. We can talk about music a little bit later, or I think Morgan, like we'll catch up afterwards, and we'll talk about specifics with
Yeah.
the boss fight and things like that. The only other thing I can think of that might have implications for both sound and music is like a boss defeated sound if we need one, or like a sound effect to take us out of that scene once you defeat Harriet.
Mm.
Or
Yeah, I
an event
I
that
don't think I had anything for the end of the boss fight. Yeah.
yeah, that unfortunately I can't give too much direction on right now until I sit down and have a think about it, which now's probably not the time. We could maybe talk about it later, or it might be a next week thing. I guess I'll see where you're at, Morgan, and we can review it a bit later.
Yeah.
Cool.
So sorry, just to be clear, with the
Mm.
crucible, do you need anything from me?
Right now,
Or
no, you're good.
okay, cool.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I think I'm happy to just continue the meeting with Elias for now, and then Morgan, you and I can jump back in like later if you like at the normal scheduled time, or what are you thinking?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. Like an hour and a half?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Well, I'll catch you then.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
All right. See ya.
Okay, Elias. So other than that, did we have much more to discuss?
Let's see. I noticed in the git commit message you have zwip bang. Like, is that onomatopoeia
It is.
to help with the
It's not direct. It's not hidden sound direction for you, but I'm just sneaking direct. You have to find it. It's an ARG, geocaching to get my direction on sound effects. Zwip bang is a meme. Not a meme, but yesterday I was designing the way that the I can bring it up. All right. So these things here, when you trigger them, it's this little gem. It's like it's like descending down, like kind of decaying, and then it like zwips back up and then bangs down. That's the zwip bang. So I don't know if like we need to model that with sound. I do think, like when I first designed this thing, it was like just lighting up. It was just like the crucible itself does. It was like building from the bottom up over time. And I just, it's just like a UX aesthetic feedback thing of like having something happen at a moment always feels better than something building if you're unlocking. It's just like, it's like a button being pressed of like, you got it, rather than it's here. So I know you were doing sound design on this. I actually didn't mind the sound that you had in there. It just came through quite quietly, and I think maybe just felt a little bit like the curve it didn't have as much of a peak on it. It was sort of more of a slower burn, which is totally fine because that's how it was. That's what I was doing looked like. So maybe if we just give it a bit more of a beat on it, like a hit. But I do think I might do a little bit more with. So right now it's like descending and then it lands. I'm wondering if the visual of this thing needs a bit more accompaniment, a bit more of a burn on it, or like a glow, or like a right now it's kind of just like a little diamond. So I don't know, like the question would be whether this needs a sound on it or whether the sound starts when it hits. That's the only, design question.
Yeah, I'm thinking we could trail in like very faintly with the like color of the ensign sound.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Kind of
mean,
similar to how it is when it's hovering in the level.
yeah, we're at the point where we've actually got sounds for this stuff already. You're totally right. So yeah, this is, I mean, it is an ensign gem. That's what it is. So we would just need to play its sound in the level, like you said, like when it's following you around, or yeah, when it's just hovering there. I don't know if we need to model it, but let's just, I'll see if I can. I don't know who would be best to see, but maybe I'll try it. Just playing the sound. Would you recommend creating an instance, playing it to loop, and then turning it off when it lands? Or can I one-shot something?
I don't think you can one-shot it. I would also, it might just be easier to bake that sound into the sound of the,
Oh, you think?
like of the whole effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than like having to manage two different events.
Yeah, the only thing about that is I'm still kind of tweaking this stuff. Like that's totally dependent on the length of the, like if you start a sound, we need to know when it's going to hit, which isn't when it's going to end. You know what I mean? It's like,
fair.
So I actually would prefer for it to be 2 sounds in that case. It's not a big deal for me to, because at least then I can shift the start time of each and it doesn't hurt anything. Whereas, yeah, if you bake it, the timings in it's harder.
Are the gems that come down, are they game objects that get destroyed as soon as or
like no, destroyed or
disabled?
They get disabled, I think. Let me confirm that. They are this game object, and I think they might actually just, yeah, they do get disabled. Yeah. So would you just put an emitter on them?
Yeah, you can just put an emitter on them and then just double check that the like off condition is when it's disabled instead of destroyed.
Oh yeah, that sounds very easy. That sounds like I could do it this second.
So they are spatial sounds. I don't know if that.
Yeah, I need to be.
Will be a problem in the UI. But
it's weird because it shouldn't. Like if we're seeing it on screen, the distance. Is it from the camera that the sound is being evaluated?
Yeah, it's from the camera. I'm just wondering if it's because it's like canvas coordinates that they're a different scale than the rest. So like 100 units.
That's a good point.
Be really far in the game, but not so far in the canvas. I can make a version that's not spatial, specifically for UI.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's strange because I was hearing them yesterday. It might be that I'm debugging. No, I mean, yeah, good question to raise. It's probably best. Oh no, but they have to be spatial at first. I'm just trying to think if I should tell you to do a non-spatial version. Let me see if this. Let's see how this goes first. So Fmod Studio event emitter Fmod. That is the default one, right? And then this is like ensign. Would this be follow?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
And then non-rigid, but oh no, that doesn't make sense. Okay.
Oh, we might have to, because these take in a parameter of what color the ensign is.
I could probably pass that in through a script.
Yeah, like we'd have to do something extra there.
That's no big deal. I've already got a script doing a bunch of instancing for that. So fmod instant fmod instance. What the heck is this thing called?
Studio event emitter.
Studio event emitter.
I think is the.
But is it? Oh, it's probably
Component
studio
type.
event emitter. Ah, I see, because the namespace is
both.
fmod. Got it.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. And then it's just going to be is it just set parameter like that?
I am not sure.
Well, there's a function for it, so I'll just figure it out.
It.
And then ensign underscore color.
Yeah, and then that will take in.
What are we looking for?
That will take in a string. I added a function to the gem that reports the color as a string.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Get ability color?
Yeah,
that's cool, because the scriptable's there, so too easy. It doesn't.
Oh, you might have to. That function might need to be set parameter by. What's it called?
Oh yeah, by reference or something. Set property value.
Yeah, by label, I think. Something like that.
Wait, what is this looking for? A name, a value, and then ignore. No, that seems okay. What's the problem with this? This is a string. Oh, but it wants a float?
Yeah, there's a special, like there's an overloaded, or not, it's not an overloaded, it's a different method.
Okay.
But, that's asking for, that's specifically for like labeled sounds that takes in both strings.
I see. I think it's set property value. It doesn't seem to be complaining now that I've done that.
Okay, yeah, that's probably it then.
Property name, object value. I mean, is that? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I guess that's just a generic version. I don't know why it's different on the emitters, but let's see if that works. Looks like it might.
The problem is, because it's spatial, I wouldn't even know if it doesn't work. But do you know what? I'll probably just push what I've got, and I'll let you play around with it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how to trigger it. So enable, disable, that's fine. This is probably going to be, I might have to disable it here so that it's not there, and then gem. Upgrade gem dot game object dot set active, and that happens when? On update. So it's not happening on setup. I should probably just make them disable anyway. Okay. And then I just need to pass that in. So the way that this works is if you just like are running the game, and then you open the menu. I'll plug this in. Oh, okay, there we go. So you're like in the game, you go ensigns. So like that's the. Hang on a second. So pause, which is enter, and then middle right is ensigns. And then this is broken because I did something wrong. But then if you find, like, you can type in like ability mastery node in one string here, and you'll just see them there in the game, in the hierarchy. And then it's just this debug activate. You can just like force it with this checkbox to
Gotcha.
make it fall from the sky, and then it'll just do the thing. So I just need to make sure that I'm not doing this wrong. That must be it, right? Surely it was what I just did. Let's try that again. Damn. Okay. Well, the parameter couldn't be found, so maybe I did it wrong. What I'll do is I'll leave this with you. I've put this inside ability mastery node. I'll just comment that out and I'll let you take over. And I'll just make sure. Do you want, I'll turn this off when I push it, but, it's off already. So if you want to play test this sequence that happens at the end, I've got under sequences, 6 is final unlock sequence. This box collider, if I turn it on, I just have it placed wherever, but you can put it here if you want, or just I'll leave it here. When you have this enabled and you run into it, it'll just auto play. It'll just like give you the last ability, which then lets us go through the sequence. So here you'll see all 3 if you want to test all 3 happening at once. Cool. So then, just to recap, otherwise you can hit enter, go to ensigns, and then find ability mastery node and click debug activate, and that'll just do the little update. Cool. Is that clear?
Yes.
Awesome. Adds. What did I even add? Okay. Cool. Well, I'll leave it with you, and let me know if you've got any issues or how you do progress-wise. Okie doke. Is there anything else that you needed, like opinion on or feedback or?
Did you get a chance to take a listen to the new dog?
I did not, and I'm keenly excited for it. I want to hear this dog. Yeah, one sec. Where can I jump over to that?
Like if you aren't happy with this, there's a few thoughts that I have. But
cool. I thought you were going to say. It sounded like that was headed somewhere else. If you aren't happy, you can shove it. It's a lot better for sure. Like the overlap of the sounds is closer. It's not 100%. I would say like right now, if we weren't here talking about it, I'd just let it go. But if we were going to put any more thought into it, I would say maybe mix it even more in favor of the chiptune. Just like another little bit, but it's not bad. It's just like I can still hear that it's 2 sounds. What was the other suggestion you would have made?
Oh, you kind of hit on it there, was gonna be just to make like a chiptune version that's modeled after a real dog bark, like is the case with every other animal in the game, like the chickens, the crows.
I'd be open to you exploring that as well. In fact, I would probably, let's try this first, the easy way, and then I'll leave it up to you to determine whether or not you should go down the extra mile. If you're excited to try it, feel free.
Yeah, I'll see if this works, and then
okay,
because I think it might be working against me to have the real dog sound effect in there.
I think so.
It's such a complex sound.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's almost like you're setting like a standard for yourself that's hard to match because it's got so much fidelity in it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
So I'll see how I go with this.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, thanks for that. And yeah, thanks again. Thanks twice.
All right.
Okay. See you, Elias.
Thanks thrice. I'll see you.
Bye. Man, my throat is so bad right now. I'm like holding back coughs. Ah, I really like my team. I think they're all good people. Cool. So, VFX graph. We've got 1 hour. Team stand up, and then that was it too. What am I talking about? This was VFX, sequencing and VFX. In fact, we really started about there. Then we did stand up for like 35 minutes or so. Then we did sound audio team. And we're gonna, it's 2:59. So actually we're not quite even here yet. We are here. I'm not gonna take a break. I'm gonna go straight into, the break will come soon, but we're gonna go straight into VFX graph and see what we can learn about it as soon as possible. There's something wrong with my brain where I refuse to check a manual, read a tutorial, watch a YouTube video. I refuse until I've had a good crack at getting stuck. Something in my brain cannot justify listening to someone talk if I'm not stuck. If I'm stuck, I'm all ears. But if it's almost like I have fun exploring this and I'm motivated to keep using it while I'm still figuring stuff out. And then when I'm stuck, then I want information, but I don't want information if I've still got stuff I can explore. I don't know why. That's just how my brain works. Hey, Paul Myers, thank you so much. I know that was a while ago. If you're still watching, I really appreciate you. We've got some more messages. Is the gem falling into place? I guess I'm not sure. Clearly much of it is physicality from the current animation effects. Oh, you moved from, you're on Twitch and YouTube. Welcome. It's kind of like the gem is like a flame and the slot is like a candle. So the gem is it's kind of like finding its home and then bursting into its proper form. That's a good question though, to make it like, to ask me to explain physically what's happening that way. Cause it really was just a UI thing, but I've made the UI very skeuomorphic. So it looks like something is happening. Okay. I know most of these messages were ages ago. Venom Chameleon says, do you think you'll be able to stream some IRL or something at GDC? Oh, I haven't even thought about it. Like content strategy at GDC. Geez, probably worth doing, but I haven't thought about it. Sorry, pals. We're back. Yeah, so we've got a start event. That's cool. Then we've got, I guess, the system here is like a particle system. I mean, all of this is particle related. And I wonder if the VFX graph has other outputs that are not particle based that could relate to, that could come through here and be queued up. Let's start on the input side and follow some inputs until they reach a natural output. So I imagine that I mean, it's hard because it looks like right now, like that's what we're outputting, a particle system. But I don't really want to do just that. I want to like have transforms move in this scene. I suppose I could pass a transform in. Sure, let's try that. So let's just say I have a transform. It's got some stuff. Here's the transform. What do I want to do? I want to move the transform. I want to set the position. I want to do something with the transform. I can influence its position. Can I do like noise? Noise 2D? Can I preview the noise? It's not very visual, is it? Inside of the graph. Like if I want to set the position to the output of noise, wait a second. Can I move a transform here? I've got a transform, but can I move the transform? I can't, there are no inputs for the position. So I don't think I can do that. That's a bit weird. Okay, now's the time I think I gotta look at a tutorial. As cool as VFX graph is, right now it looks like a particle graph. It looks like everything we do is particle based. Let's have a look. "13 minutes. Let's do it.
Hey y'all, so today we are looking at the VFX graph inside of Unity. For those of you that have used the older particle system in Unity, Shuriken, this is more or less the new way of doing things, is creating this VFX graph, which then allows you to get in and through a node-based system start to edit and change what you're working with. So I will go ahead and jump right in. Basically inside of HDRP to start, I went ahead and did File, New Scene, and created one basic indoors HDRP scene. What I want to do from here is right-click, Create, go into Visual Effects, and go into Visual Effect Graph. Now, I'm not going to use one of these templates just for the sake of explaining what we're doing and why we're doing it, but I will go ahead and open one of these just so you can see what it looks like. So let's do Firework. We'll go ahead and make that, open it up by double-clicking.
Why didn't we get
And you can see that
those?
once you created one of these templates, it has a bunch of stuff made for you. So we have a spawn, we have initialize particle, we have update particle, we have output particle unlit, and then somewhere in here we have a GPU event that's a trigger on die. So when this particle dies, it will then spawn another particle initialization, update, and then output. I've gone through much of this at length in a VFX rain course that I'll put up in the corner above me. If you want to check out how to make some rain particles with some pops at the bottom of the rain when it hits the ground, check that out. All right, so now that we've looked at Firework, let's go ahead and create our own new effect. So I'm going to go to Create, let's come down here to Visual Effects, and go into Visual Effect Graph. From here, you have a bunch of templates, as we've mentioned, one of them being the Firework that we just looked at together. Instead of using an empty VFX graph, I'm going to use the minimal system.
Whoops.
I don't really have many occasions where I would recommend that you start with a completely empty graph. The minimal system essentially gives you the pre-wired contexts for spawn, initialize, update, and output. So let's take a look. We'll call this Demo. And if I double click it, you can see over here on the right that we have our spawn system, initialize particle, update particle, and output. So as of right now, pretty much nothing is going to happen. I'm going to drag Demo out here. I'm going to drag it up here. And we have more or less nothing. Looking at all of this base to search, I've double clicked on it to actually spawn it. And now what we're looking at is a textureless quad that is being spawned at a rate of 10 with a capacity of 64. And now what we're looking at spawn rate. So I've hit space to search, I've double clicked on it to actually spawn it. And now what we're looking at is a textureless. I'm just going to do a hard texture. You can also create attributes over here that you can edit external particle and clicking default particle. It doesn't look exactly right with the blend mode, so I'm going to change this over to additive, which looks better for me. So the next thing that we want to do is be able to at least see this particle moving, which needs to happen either in update or initialize particle. And I just want to set an initial velocity. So I want to go ahead and create that within initialize particle. So I'm going to say velocity, set. Let's just say we want it to go up by 1. So now we have this particle moving up by 1. The spawn rate currently set to 10. You'll notice that it runs out after it's hit its capacity, spawning at a rate of 10. So if we reset either of these, it'll restart the sim. There we go. And now what else do we want to see? Now we want to look at how to control a property externally. So if I come over here, I can either within all hit the plus sign and go into property or attribute, or if I have property or attribute selected here in the menu, and then I hit plus, it's going to show me anything that's already within that. So right now I'm only looking at properties. So I'm going to do int, and you can see that I already created a spawn rate up here, but let's say spawn rate 2. I can drag spawn rate 2 out here, and I can drag this variable over to rate. So now rate is gray. We don't know what it is. It's being overridden by an exposed variable of spawn rate 2. So let me go ahead and hit S or control S to save. So you can now see that I have spawn rate 1 and spawn rate 2. I'm going to go ahead and delete out my spawn rate that I already had just so that it's not causing confusion. And having done that and saved, you can see that all I have is spawn rate 2.
I definitely could
now what I want to do is
use
go
this
ahead and change
earlier.
the value to, let's say, 5. And I'm changing that value from here in the front end in the inspector, which is then changing this property value, which is then driving this rate in the spawn system. So that's how you will open up properties for people to edit very specific pieces of your particle system that you would like for them to edit without giving them control to accidentally turn the capacity to 500 million, which could crash the project. So that's the idea. Now that we figured that out, I'm going to turn the capacity up to 500. And now we can just see that nicely spawning at a spawn rate of 5. And in the output particle unlit quad, I could now come down here and hit space and do a color over lifetime. And now that we have that, you can see something pretty interesting happening over here on the left, which is a fade out, and it looks like a brief fade in. The reason that works is because our sample mode is over life, and our color mode is both color and alpha, so it is in fact blending, just by default, into and out of the color. So I'm going to leave that blending in for now of the alphas. If you wanted to adjust it, you could do so up here, these top toggles. In the bottom left, I want to change this over to a bright red, and I want to make this a little bit emissive, so I'm going to go ahead and...
I mean, this is just a particle system, right? This is just a shuriken system.
So now we have red blending in.
But it happens to be in a better environment.
Now what we still have left that we haven't really done much with is...
But it's the same system.
And perhaps before I start into that, let's do one more thing just to make this interesting. We will create one more set position here in initialize particle. So we'll add one more thing here. And now I've actually made the initial position a sphere. And you can, from in here, do a random spawn. You can do position. Do you want it to be from the surface, from the volume? And you can change out the shape itself. So now I've changed it up a little bit.
For sure, I can see how like adding noise to things would be way better this way. Like adding parameters to these things and having those parameters be set along a chain of logic.
We'll just leave it
for sure.
So now
like
you can see that we're getting a bit of a difference
in terms of like controlling the logic, it seems like that's way closer to what we would probably want to be doing.
Let's turn up our spawn rate, which we can do here into 10. Turn our capacity to 5,000. And maybe let's turn our spawn rate up even higher to 50. It's looking kind of interesting now. Now this is where you want to start using update particle for something like a force. So let's say I want to add in some turbulence. I can now double click turbulence, and you can see now there's a little bit of turbulence. If I want to increase that to 2, might start looking a bit more like one of those popping ball machines or like some fireflies maybe flying around. And now we can just play with our settings and see what feels good. Now, the other thing that I want to do here, I can scale myself back up a little bit, is that I want to have this kind of target the rough shape of the sphere. So even though there's turbulence, even though there's upward velocity, we want to have it roughly keep the shape of a sphere. So I'm going to hit spacebar here in update, and I'm going to go to attractor shape. This is also within force. And now you can see there's turbulence, but the sphere is still here, and we're still trying to make sure that things are drawn to it. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to increase our spawn rate to 500. I'm going to increase our capacity to 50,000. All right, so this is starting to look really cool. I do want to come down here and change this blue back to something in the red spectrum, because I feel like the blue just, it looks a little too silly. And now we can get into reds and oranges as if it's somehow turning ember, or there's some sort of spark or embers happening around this effect. One thing that you can see here is I rotate
it's a great demo.
Kind of thin. So what I do want to do is hit space down here and make sure that I have I just typed in camera. I want to face the camera. Orient face camera position. And now no matter what, they're always looking at the camera. So you don't have that weird fade as things kind of, as you go to the side of the quad, if that makes sense. Okay, so we have now walked through how to spawn, how to create a public property or variable that you can have your designer iterate on here. We can have the do
So when I think VFX, I don't think just particle systems, but it sounds like visual effects graph is just particles. Am I right? It's just particle systems? I don't want to do that. Take me back. Well, it looks like the answer is yes. To sum up, yes, it's particle systems and the graph. Right. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I thought VFX Graph was a much bigger system. I thought it was like, yeah. But it's like I can't design like I can't like spawn particles and then pass parameters into the particles shader. Can I through this? Or like, it's not like, because in my, or even I can't do sequencing here. That was the other thing. It's just really a shuriken. Yeah, it's just a substitute for the shuriken system. Yeah, which to me is not that important. Yeah, that's not like a huge thing. Because I want to do, like, what I really wanted to do was think about sequencing of effects. That's the thing that I need to do today that's quite intense. But I'm going to uninstall VFX Graph for now. I don't think we need it in the project if I'm not going to use it right now. And I'm trying to just like minimize how much stuff is in the project. So see ya. I know that's crazy. I know I'll need it, but not right now. It's better to know that I didn't need it. At least we explored it. I should have explored it literally 12 months ago. But that's life, you know? So, yeah, sequencing just continues to be the thing that I know that Unity can do with the animator, but I hate how it does it, and I wish that it did it better. You know, I'm so happy with the way that we've modified the timeline, but like the timeline is the timeline, and it's the animation sequencer and the timeline sequencer are both, you know, they both got their own issues, and they both share the same bad issues. That it's just the UX of using the timeline. And the big problem I think that I have with Unity's sequencing in general is that it's not very well built around the concept of keyframes. Everything is clips. Would drawing the animation at Sprite yourself be possible? I'm at the point now where whenever I'm doing magic in the game, I'm basically using particle systems and shaders and stuff, because there's just too much. I mean, we could, but I could prototype it for sure. And maybe I will build. I mean, it's possible I could do it there. It's not even a question of like how. It's just like, what should I be using to hang on, let me rephrase. No, I can't just do all of it. Some of it I could do, some of it I can't. And in fact, the thing that I'm talking about here is not about how to draw something on the screen. It's about sequencing things being drawn on screen in a way that matches with the music. And it's creating a good design workflow where I can easily tweak them to make things fall into sync, and in such a way that if I want to change aspects about the scene later, it doesn't require me to re-author assets. That's the whole point of a good VFX workflow and a good sequencing workflow, is that everything is digestible really simply, and tweaking is easy to do because it's easy to drill down into specific parameters and change them without breaking everything else. For me, our cutscenes are pretty good like that right now. They're really nice, but I still don't like how parameter changes here are not very obvious. It really bothers me. So I use clip tracks right now for everything because it's really just this moment, the first point, and then a label. Most of my sequencing is like that. It's like, I need this to happen now, and then I need this to happen now. And there is the signal system, but I think it's pretty woefully designed. I really want keyframes on tracks. But to do that, you got to get the animator out, which is another separate timeline, you know. and you're dealing with the animation blend tree. It's just weird. Like I don't like this thing. I don't like working with it. And it's hard to, they don't cooperate in a way that's quite good enough. They technically do, but the workflows just feel ugly to do it. Legacy animation clip plus animation component, not animator. Doesn't do what you need. When you say animation component, you mean like just play something? It's more like, I mean, I've got this elsewhere in the game. I should just do it. I don't need to really even ask. I'm not asking. I'm just explaining. It sounds like I've got a problem that I need help with, but I don't. I'm just working through this thing. So, I'm really just spitting out prompts to see if anyone says something that exposes a massive missed opportunity that I've missed. Hey, Sir Bombadil, I don't have a Steam page yet. That's why. You can't find it yet, but you will one day. It's soon, very soon. Like if someone was like, "Oh, you should be using sequence graph," I'd be like, "What's that?" And then we'd be off to the races doing that. But there's no such thing. So, yeah. So what I need to do here is I just basically mock up what I want and then hard code it probably. Like I want game objects to like, appear on the screen, behave like one thing for a little bit, do something else for a bit, and then disperse. And, I've got these behaviors for how I want things to work. And I want to sequence those things to music. That's basically what I'm talking about. And look, it's all good. I'll just do it myself. I know what I'm doing here. So, like even what I was doing before with this stuff, VFX Graph cannot help me do this. That's not a VFX Graph thing. That's a sequencing thing. Like animation curves, like what is it? Like I want this to do this, and then when that's done, I want this to particle system to go off, and then I want to show this thing with a shader on it that does this. That's the thing that I need a lot of in my game that I don't currently have like an easy way to do. And I want each of those things to be like triggerable with little events. I suppose you could go into the animator and do it that way. Animator is probably the best way, the animation timeline. But what I hate about the animation timeline is that it's just so much of it is baked, which really bothers me. And it's not fun working with the parameters. See ya, Box Lion. Yeah, I just hard code it right now. I just have animations that happen on animation curves, and then I'll call an event. I'll just call an event that triggers something else to happen. VFX Graph can absolutely do that, but it's also a lot of learning. Yeah, but it's like, the thing is, these aren't particles. These are game objects. So like, I want to control the offsets of the game objects. I don't want them to be particles. Or at least, if they're particles, there needs to be exactly 16, and they need to all be very different. So like, right now, I've got them loaded in as like, they're game objects. They're like specifically sprites. So I'm not just like, it's not an effect in terms of like something that can be reproduced in the level whenever I want. It's specifically part of like a cutscene. It's like, I need, for this scene, I want these objects to do this in the scene. Whereas I feel like VFX graph is just yeah, that's what I think, Booyah. Yeah. It's really like these things which are shaded this way appear on screen at this point after this thing happens. I guess you could do VFX graph for that, but it's like, I don't need to create a reproducible effect to do that. Anyway, it's all good. It's really more for cutscenes. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, I'm just gonna do what I'm doing, which is I'm making all the elements individually, and then I'm sequencing how they appear and move. So on the timeline, let's create this thing. Discover crucible sequence. That's this. We come in, there's a lot of dialogue, we see all of that. So we're actually going to use this timeline to do it. And I'm going to start with an annotation track, which I created. And I'm going to make a new one here. And I'm going to give it some text. We're going to say, we want to see the ensign hovering in an unstable fashion. That's the first thing. Okay, next thing is we want we then want to have the ensign becomes even more unstable to a point of breaking. I find it really helpful to do this because you can plan out the beats and the timings of it even while you still don't have anything yet. So this is going to be over here. This is going to be over here. Let's bring that back again. Let's get this right. So that's all the existing stuff is happening later, but this is happening first. So we load in. This should be here for like a while. So boom, we see it hovering in unstable fashion, begins to be more unstable to the point of breaking. We're going to need a lot more time for this. Okay, and then the insignia shatters into all of the composite ensign symbols, which themselves are breaking apart. Maybe we do this over two states. So the second state would then be composites become more unstable to a point. Maybe light flashes. Over the screen, widening it out. Could even have that be like a separate thing. I don't have a way of doing that. Oh, that's interesting. I should offset these vertically depending on which track you're in. I don't currently do that. Briefly. There's no way in Unity or plugins that I know, but in Meta we use custom plugin we wrote where we just animate any 2D animation software, animate in any 2D animation, Photoshop, etc., the motion we want to accomplish, and then just export the bones nodes as an animation where each bone/node has a color that is then analyzed in Unity and creates a JSON file with the coords of each bone at each frame. Then a component loads that in the game and game objects can be attached to those bones or chords. Whoa, that seems heavy duty. Hey, A's Gamers. Okay, and then all of the composite ensign symbols disperse except for 3. This is like my brain, my anxiety plummets when I get to do this exact task. I don't know why, but planning it out like this just feels so much better. Even though I'm not doing anything, I'm just describing what I need to do. At least I can look at all these tasks and go, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that. I don't have to ask the question, how am I going to do this? The 3 parts hover for a little bit. And then each of the 3 disperse out into the level. All right, let's see what that plays like. Hey, Bombadil. From a marketing point of view, the strategy is basically like this. A couple of years ago, I was working alone on the game, and I was working on trying to get the game to a point where I could do production and struggling. I knew what I wanted to make. I had a lot of validation to do on the systems and on the content that I needed to do first before I could bring it to market. I have a pretty strong principle that I don't want to market the game until I know exactly what I'm marketing, because all of the material that would be going into that Steam page is subject to change while it's unvalidated. So what the Steam page would have looked like 2 years ago, and in fact, I have an itch.io page for the game, which is so out of date that I don't like it anymore. And the interest that that page generated, while it is valuable, I don't think it's valuable to have lots of interest as a slow burn over a long period of time. I think it's valuable to be ready with something visually impressive and exciting mechanically, and to ask for people's attention at one time, and especially when you have like an end in sight, and then ramp up towards it. I think that's the most responsible way to do marketing. I feel like wish lists are just a number if there's no urgency. Like I could have had, 10,000 wish lists, 20,000, 30,000 up until now, but who knows what those wish lists, if they've been collected over like 5 years, who knows what that represents? There's like kind of a gray, you can't tell if they're new wish lists or old wish lists, or it's sort of just a not super clear. It's like, well, you have this YouTube channel, you were pretty popular on YouTube a couple of years ago. I guess you're still making big uploads still, but maybe not as frequently. Like, are those older wish lists? I sort of just want to avoid all of that. And I just want to be like, come March, next month, have some conversations with some publishers, hear what they have to say. And when I'm ready, if I can't get them to bite now, turn on the floodgates, go full promotion mode. Turn on the wish list page turn on the Steam page, and me personally start pumping content out about the game. I don't have any time to promote it right now. Like, I'm flat out on the demo. So there's no urgency, there's no pace that I can put on to create more buzz. I can't do it. But once the demo is complete and I'm not working towards a milestone, I'll be making memes all the time. You'll see like 2 or 3 TikToks a day, or like a YouTube video every week. I can look at the different systems that we've worked on. I can start promoting it, you know, but only now that I've got something that's worth promoting and that reflects the product that I want people to buy. It's about a call to action, in my opinion. This is all very opinion based and very curated around my specific story and what I want to be true for me. Maybe it is valid that it would have been better that we had wish lists early. That's probably true. At least conventional wisdom says that would have been the case. But I just know what I want my story to be, and I follow what feels right. It's never felt right to have a Steam page before now, but now it feels right. So I don't know what else to say about that. Let's try it. So hovering. Yeah, maybe that shouldn't be 2 beats, I'm thinking. So like little ensign becomes more unstable. Yeah, maybe 2 is right. Yeah, that's too fast. Yeah, this is kind of like, this has to last a long time. Okay, hovering happens right around here. And then this goes like that, and that goes like that. So we go in, hovering unstable. Man. It's hard to look at. I think this is too short. So one more time. Yeah, that's about right. Thanks, Shady Radio. Yeah, do you know how easy it is to make one of these? It takes 5 minutes to make one of these tracks. It's literally just make a clip track, make a clip type. The clip type is text. The text draws a label on screen. Done. Actually, no, there's another system that I built that makes this possible that is a little more complicated. The thing that's more complicated is timelines don't usually have gizmos. What I have is a component that's sitting in my game manager that has a gizmo, and that gizmo is looking for timelines being inspected, and it's looking at each of the timeline clips and seeing if I have a custom gizmo function on each of the clips, and then drawing those to the screen. That's the thing that timeline doesn't normally do. It doesn't let you sit on a clip and run some code as long as you're sitting on the clip. Only if you're playing does it know how to do that. So I wrote a little gizmo hack that lets you draw gizmos even when you're just scrubbing over it. Or not scrubbing over, just holding on it. So if you make those 2 things, then you can do this very quickly. I also have it for dialogue too. So this is like text that appears in the conversation, in the characters. Okay, so see the ensign hovering on. Okay, let's try one more time. I think we need a little more time at the beginning though. Like even like an extra couple seconds. Actually, that's probably okay there. Okay, so we come up. Okay, that'll do. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. Thanks for the detailed reply. I just always thought indies want to trick the Steam algo and get all the wish lists they can get. But if you want to get proper publisher, that's another thing. Don't care about TikToks, by the way. I think those are cringe. Yeah, but you don't know how important that stuff is. It's important to have content where people are watching. And when you say trick the algo, like the algo cares about traction. It doesn't just care about raw numbers. That's how this stuff works. I'm pretty sure. Like if your game is getting attention today, that's one thing. If your game was getting attention last year, that's not going to give you extra visibility today. Like YouTube doesn't work that way. I don't think TikTok would. I mean, I don't think Steam would. All right, so first things first, floating ensign. I have to define some behavior for this. Right now, it's just got a transform on it. The transform has a game object which is following a target, and it's following this trail effect. This game object is the sprites, yeah? And then this trail effect, this is the VFX graph stuff. I mean, maybe it's like, maybe I should have like multiple VFX graphs to like handle this stuff, but it's not too bad. So I got 4 of these things. And this has noise jitter on it. If I come over here, the noise jitter right now is a sine wave. If I make it just noise, it's just going to move around. If I make that speed like 100 and make the size like 0.01, 0.01, then we get this chaotic jittering that I kind of want. Maybe like 202. And we can up the speed over time. We can go from like that. But actually what I'd like to do is have these jitters appear on each of the subparticles of the game object. So what I'll do is I'll do a sine wave on this part. So this can be a sine wave and it can move like this, maybe like 0.1 over 2 seconds, 2 times a minute, 2 times a second, like this. And then I'll copy this and I'll put on each of these sprites, I'll paste a component as new, which is a jitter. And that jitter is that 0.02, 0.02 at like 60 FPS with the noise on it. And that's going to give us that glitch effect. Now, there's one other thing I wanted to do, which is add a public bool pixel perfect. Now, actually, if these renderers are, where are they being rendered? They're being rendered with an effects, foreground effects on them. If they are, then I don't really need to worry about it. For example, if I make this FX render to FX layer and then say foreground effects and then put this on do not render and then change all the children. It won't show up here, but it will show up. Well, no, it won't. Is it a rotation thing? Honestly, I never know whether it's going to render or not. I couldn't tell you. But let's not do it. Let's leave it as it was. So we won't do the render to FX layer. We'll just maybe put the jitter. We'll give it a pixel perfect option. And then if pixel perfect is set to true, we'll just say so you want to do like multiply, divide, what is it? Multiply, int, divide, right? Times equals 100. No. Cast these to int. It's a little awkward to do here. Oh, I could do a vector. No, I don't think you can do that. Vector. I was going to say vector 3 int or something like that. Yeah, actually better if we just chuck this on the end. Yeah, that'll do. I think that should get us our pixel perfect. Thanks, Matt Dario Maker. Matt Dariot Maker. Okay. So let's look. I don't think we're there yet, but we don't have it set to true. So let's try it again. Hey, there we go. We got it. Yeah, I think like 24 is probably plenty. Yeah, maybe 30 because it's like 60 FPS. Cool. And then we can up the chaos here by doing that. Cool, cool, cool. So I think I want one script which manages all of this. Insignia burst effect. Make sure to do the var changes on the inspector. You're talking about the timeline stuff. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is probably just do the beats, the timing changes in the timeline, and do the rest of it here in code. Just hard code it. Not hard code it, but like set up the durations with animation curves and stuff like that, so that I'm not beholden to the timeline quite so much. And yeah, or maybe I'll do some timeline stuff. We'll see how we go. So the first thing we want is we've got this floating white ensign, and it has noise jitters. So it's a list of noise jitter. Called ensign components. I wonder if we're going to need to do things like disable the game objects or move their position. No, let's start it with this. So now, yeah, this might be something where we have to go up the, we have to make it more like more, what's the word? That's all right. We'll see how we go. NJ dot jitter amount dot, now jitter amount is, I think, the vector 2, which is the maximum, the absolute value. And I'm not going to bias it either way, so it's fine to do it like this. And actually, I might do it this way. So this is public. And then I'm just going to say set ensign jitter, ensign component jitter. And then have this be a range. So check this out. Now I should be able to play with this slider and make the jitter do what I want it to do. Cool. That's what you want. Once you can puppeteer the effect, you're off to the races. Now you can sequence that and timeline that. Now, why am I trying to follow this thing, trail effect? Why am I not just putting it underneath trail effect? It seems weird. Oh, I think because trail effect is doing all sorts of stuff with its transform. All right, well, let's leave that. twinkle particle system, trail particles. That's fine. That's fine. And then this has a noise jitter as well. I think I'm okay. No, it's too breathy right now. It needs to be a little, maybe like 0.06 or something. And then if we do this again and we're like, it's a little muddy with the particles. Maybe we don't do the trail particles. So we start here and we go. Now hang on a second. If I take each of these, put them at 0, 0, start there and work with that. And then we can go doodle, doodle, doodle. That's way better. Cool. Okay. So then that's going to go until it becomes, the next effect is Boolean. And we could do this as states. 1, 2, 3. Let's just do a Boolean for now. Is symbols equals false, and then say set symbols. So we need a container. We need a ensign gem, and then we need a public game object called symbols. So we would say gem ensign dot set active value. It's actually the opposite of that. And then symbols dot set active value. So up here we've got this is the floating white ensign, and then this is the split effect. So when I have this, it's doing some stuff, and then I do this and it becomes this. So we can go cool. Cool. And then what else? We've got, let me check off the cutscene. What does it say? So we've got, we can see the ensign hovering. That's fine. We can, did I say hovering? Gosh, that's the most American way to say that. Hover. We can see the ensign hovering in unstable fashion. And then we can become more unstable. We can do that. We can shatter into all the composite symbols. Yes. They need to be complicated. I think it's okay. I'm not going to try to animate a sprite in here. I just want this to be procedural. And I don't want to shrink this transform because it's going to look weird in a pixel art game. Oh. Hello? I don't know what happened then. We just lost you for a sec. We lost you. You all got lost. OBS just had a snafu. We're all good. Stick around. We're okay. All right. So, I guess I want to do the same thing with these. So I'm going to call these You heard it on YouTube before it froze. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. It was like an encoder thing or something. Something broke. YouTube, OBS didn't crash. It was still recording. It just didn't. It just stopped streaming, and I couldn't stream without closing OBS and reopening it. Okay. So back to where we were. Actually, no. One more change. I need to go back to our little dude. And in fact, maybe this should live under Discover Crucible sequence. So, each of these have a noise jitter on them. (16 by 16) running animation is really hard to do. I don't think I've ever... I might have done one. It's not easy. That's not a lot of pixels. I think I missed a couple. These three. And then What do we want them to do? I guess we want the speed to go up. Okay. So is symbols, they're doing their thing. And then we want to like up to, I think 10 is about as high as we really want to go there. So it's like, and then we want to go bow and have them kind of all everywhere. And I don't know if they should, I guess we could make a particle system. I don't know. Oh, we've got a meeting on right now. I got a meeting. It's music. We got to stop this. Okay. I'm stopping it. 1 second. I think someone's at my house. Be right back. Yo, I just need a quick break. Hey Tran, on YouTube, says, what is Scene Graph? Scene Graph is an editor that was built by me and a chatter here on Twitch. And it helps me see my game as a graph. That's what Scene Graph is. I'm eating chicken crimpies. I just need a second, and then we'll do our meeting. What do you mean? You don't have chicken crimpies in the US or wherever you are? Just a quick snack. All right, ready to go. We're gonna hear some music. We're gonna hear some music. We're gonna hear some music. I wonder how it sounds. Hey. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going?
Good, yeah.
That's good. Shall we jump into it? What have you got for me?
Yeah, so I have a title screen track in the Figma. It's just above the schedule calendar thing.
I gotcha.
And then I've also got Foothills Z-side arrangement. It's just subtly different, but it's already in the Unity project if you want to pull it from music. Otherwise, I recorded a little video of the transitions between.
Okay. Sure. I'm going to play that one first. Actually, I'm going to read comments. Yeah. Yep. Let's have a play. Is there enough here, do you think that I don't need to go into the engine, or should I just
Yeah, it should be fine to just watch the video. It
Cool.
probably gives enough idea.
Sure thing. Let's have a listen. Oh, that was a good transition. Yeah, nice. Does this change or interact with, or should it, with the second loop situation? So like
at the moment at the moment in the F mod, right, we've got the main track, which has the two options that alternate. And then at the moment, this version crossfades, and this version has the melody the whole time. I could do, again, like similarly to variations, one, like the melody's just on the harp. I could just do one that has the melody taken out, but I figured that because it's already so sparse, it's probably fine to just have that one be as it is.
Yep.
And as far as I can tell, I think it crossfades to either arrangement fairly smoothly.
Yep.
In my testing.
It sounds good to me. I guess the only thing I was curious about is whether we were creating, like, right now it's like we've got an A which is like here, and then the B takes stuff out. So like energy wise, we sort of go down. If I was just hearing this, and then we went into the Z door, pardon me, which puts us like down here. Does the transition between this and this feel as like, I just want to know, I guess, if that sounds good. Going from this to this, if it feels like, are we substituting elements? Are we going up and down? Or do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, how does the energy feel just transitioning between them? I can have a listen to that in the game if it's.
I think the second half of the video, I don't know if you watched the whole thing. I think it does go into that.
Pardon me.
I think it does show that a bit further on.
Okay, maybe I should keep listening then rather than. Okay. Oh yeah, you got it. I'm just impatient. Yeah. This is so good. You literally ignore everything I just did on the screen. It's fine. It's great.
Okay.
Good work.
Cool.
Tick. Okay. Let's move on from that then, because I don't want to take up too much of your time. And listen to the title screen. I'm nervous, excited for this. Let's have a listen.
So am I.
Okay. Okay. Initial thoughts are, I think that the anvil sound right now is a little bit like, if this is the mix, I'm not sure if you can see what I'm doing, but if this is where the music is, the anvil right now is like cutting in for quite a while before we get to a point where it sort of fades out, and then it fades out pretty quickly. What I would do is try to get a little more linear, just like get out of the way a little quicker. And then, it can, because we spend a bit more time. I know compositionally that you want to keep it until a certain point. So the question, I guess, is how much of the mix should it take up along its duration?
Yeah.
I would say down so that it's not focal by like the 4th or 5th second. I think like ding, 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 ding. Maybe like by the 5th strike, you probably don't need it to be so forward. Let me hear it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Already, I would say by 5 it should be. I think it's by like, where are we? Yeah. Right now, it almost feels like we're at max volume on the hammer until like the 10th, and then there's a fall off on like the very last one. I would say, yeah, definitely get to about maybe like 4 or 5, and then start getting out of there.
Yeah, I had played with different ways of getting it out, and it still didn't feel right. But I think because I did have a gradual fade over the whole thing, and that didn't feel quite right. But I think maybe if we get it out really early, that might work. I'll have more of a play, but it was really hard to figure it out.
I think this kind of thing, it can be really tricky, and it tends to be, I don't know if this is what you were feeling with it, but with stuff like this, when something is very gradual over a long period of time, it can get kind of fatiguing, because you can see where it's going, but it's
Mm,
not there yet. So you're kind of impatiently waiting for
yeah.
it to get there. So I guess for me, it would be trying to turn it into more of like a two-part, like a two-state thing, where it's like the first state is we're asked to listen to it at full volume. And then at a certain point, we pick up that, oh, okay, it's going away now. And then we sort of try to get out of the way for the most part. The only reason I would say to keep it a little bit around till that 10th point is just, I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be there, but I think you've got, or maybe we substitute it for something else that's more orchestral. If it
Mm,
needs to stay in the composition for a bit longer, that's sort of more palatable and not so far forward. But failing that, I would say, or at least before that, I would say try to step it down so that maybe like if the 5th hit is still at full volume, by like the 8th hit, we're about at 20%, and then we're just sort of, we can still hear it, or maybe not 20, but some lower value. We can still hear it, but now we know for sure that we're not, it's on its way out and it's basically gone.
yeah.
That would be my, again, I'm not in the door with you, so I can't, like, this might
Yeah.
all just be nonsense. You might give me something that looks nothing like this and I go, perfect. But yeah, I think that would be that's my feedback.
Cool.
I'll keep it on screen because I don't know why I delete things. And then I'm going to listen to it again because I felt a lot of different things while I was listening. So
Sure.
I want to hear it without, yeah, I'll try it again. Man, that flute, it does so much work. That last little run down and back up is very good. I would say I like it a lot. I think there's something, let me see if I can pick it out. I'm going to try again. Oh, hey, Acorn, thank you so much for the raid. 87 people. Yeah, my only other thought was that you've got different strings coming in at different parts, and there's a part where we've got these sort of more bassy strings underneath that swell a little bit, and I really like it. And I feel like right now, I mean, listening to it, I almost feel like we can afford for it, because the flute in the mix is high enough that it cuts quite high above the rest of it. We could afford for those strings to be in the mix a little bit more, to have them swell a little bit more. Because we're kind of, the way that you've got it right now, by the, like, I want to call it, what second are we at? 50, 40, like 40-second mark out. It feels like, or even, hang on. Yeah, like that last couple of notes is very like, we're what's the word? We're exiting, and we're sort of getting more quiet. But I almost feel like we could push a little bit more volume there, just to, I don't know why. I liked the way that those lower strings were supporting the melody. It feels really warm. It's really nice at the end. Other thoughts, I I don't know if I have any other major things here, but I want to hear it. Like I've got to like put it in the game and have a play, and then press play and see how I feel.
Yeah.
But so far, like positive early impressions. Yeah, I like it for sure. I know I didn't say that yet until now. I do like it. I had a lot of criticism, but it's nice. It's really nice. You're taking a lot of the ideas that were in the previous iterations and you're doing something original with them that's more developed. So I suppose my thought process is there may be some direction that I can give that could influence how this could more effectively do something story-wise or for the player. But because I almost wasn't like prepared emotionally for like how far you developed it, I'm still in reaction mode. So maybe like a little while from now, I might, maybe even after the demo, like, chapter 2, 3, 4, whatever, but before release, I might come back and say, hey, let's take it in this direction a little bit now that we have more context, or maybe I'll have more feedback sooner. But for now, I think it's good.
Yeah, cool.
Nice. Cool. Well, thank you for sharing those two. That were really. I'm always happy with what you make. I always like to hear it. Yeah. Have we got some other things we need to chat about? We've got. Yep.
Can we chat about the watchtower?
Yes, we can do that. One sec. Just want to say very quickly on stream, we had a big raid from Acorn. Welcome everybody from that stream. How's it going? Okay, so Watchtower. Yeah, this track is, where are we? Watchtower. There is a track that I had written for this. I don't know if you've heard it. It's in the old demo. It's, pretty silly, and it's got some militant sort of snares, but it feels a bit. I got this like off tune kind of like drum percussive thing that plays in it that gives it a bit of a silly vibe. I'd be happy for you to like listen to that track and then just take some direction that I'll give now, and then just do your own thing with it. Given that we don't have that much time and it's not that important of a track.
I remember liking the track you had when I played that original demo. I think that was the other one that stood out to me, apart from the Foothills main theme, was that one.
It's not, I mean,
fun, yeah.
it's kind of just cute. It's not like, it's not very good, but it's not supposed to be amazing. Let me see if I've got it. I do have something here. I don't know if you can hear this. I mean, it just loops. So this, I mean, it's kind of supposed to feel very kind of stable. It's very tutorial-y. It's quite trivial. And in a way, that's kind of how the character Wilhelm, who's like the Watchtower is Wilhelm, because it's the character inhabits the space, and it's the two are pretty much one. So if you want to like read into the story side of what this track is supposed to be, it's a tutorial, but it's also kind of supposed to be this reflection of how lax the people of Orenstead have become. That someone who's like pretty incompetent, who just kind of mucks around most of the time, is like in charge of making sure that like no harm is coming to the town. It's been so peaceful for so long that you got this guy who's he's a little bit overweight, and he's a bit of a goofball. He's kind of just relegated to like going and doing that as a job because maybe he doesn't fit into the town with the town people very well. They kind of find him maybe a little bit I don't know. Not like, well, his character's backstory is he's like a bit of a high school kind of like, he peaked in high school kind of thing. He's like a bit of a dropkick. He wanted to be like this sports hero, and he just like didn't get that second growth spurt that he needed to be a proper athlete. So he kind of just like didn't really get his chance, but wasn't very studious and isn't very personable, like not personable, but like, people just don't want him around that much. So that's his like thing, but he doesn't take himself too seriously, and it's not sad. It's just, he kind of likes it. He kind of likes being able to chill out and kind of live in his little fantasy. So, and that's probably like even too much for what this track needs. And like, if I was being completely, what's the word? If I was just in my director hat and I didn't think at all about timelines, and I was just being like, what would I want out of this track? It's potentially one where I would have Elias having some involvement, or at least like the chiptune sort of instrumentation, but it doesn't have to. Like, it's not, just considering like how we use sound in the game, and when we're talking about like systems versus story, this is a bit of a system-y thing because we're learning a specific move, and it's the scenario feels a little contrived narratively. So some of I feel like there's an opportunity here. If the music is like, yeah, we get it, this is a bit of a, like, we get that you're gonna be forced to do this, to try this a few times, because you got to get the mechanic right, otherwise you just got to keep looping until you do. That aspect of it, I feel like keeping it kind of light softens that just a little bit. But long term, I mean, I might rewrite that scene. In the meantime, I would say, for now, happy to just keep it as a pretty straightforward, not a particularly long tutorial loop with that militant kind of snare and the very, what is it, like, it's very, what kind of, they're not like nursery rhymes. What's the like Yankee Doodle, and like the ants go marching one by one. It's got that kind of thing about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really all it needs to be. I wouldn't even spend more than like, I think I must have spent maybe 45 minutes on it tops when I wrote it. So you don't have to spend like 3 days on it,
Yeah.
Cool. Do you need me to to create a bit of a, have we got a lane for it in the scope? I don't think so.
In the
Just in these columns where we're
calendar, or?
No, just here.
Oh, right.
In the
No, we
with all the
don't.
feedback. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we've
It's a
we've well
bit-
and truly used the canvas space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're happy to just take that feedback and just go for it, I think I trust you enough to just produce what you will, and we'll see how we go. Okay. And how are we doing time-wise? I guess we're pretty close now.
Yeah, I'm still working on the boss fight stuff, so that's probably, let me just do. Oh no. Uh, if you scroll.
Yep.
And and probably that as well.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to talk about.
Mhm.
You mentioned something about the end of the boss fight. I think it was
Yes.
in stand up.
Yeah. I mentioned maybe some kind of a sting or basically like an ending of the track.
Mm.
Because right now we've got like the loop, but we don't like at the moment. Like if we were to defeat Harriet, the track would just end with the scene, I suppose.
Yeah.
And it's just an opportunity, really. It's just like it's the last big gameplay moment in the demo. So I'm kind of like, I think recently I've just gone on a bit of my mental shift. A mental shift happened from me thinking we've just got to get everything done by the 28th to like, okay, we're definitely not going to get everything done by the 28th. So maybe it's more important for us to just not just get it right, and not skimp out too much. That said, this doesn't need to be particularly time consuming or a big anything. It's really just an end. That's all. And it, I mean, what would I put it at? Like, it could be just like a big sting. It could be something that we use for other boss fights as well that aren't just like the one, like aren't just around the Harriet fight. But if it's more convenient to just create a little dovetail at the end of the Harriet fight that just like wraps up the melody in one little flourish, then we can do that for now.
Yeah. Okay.
And I suppose there was a thought there that maybe some aspect of this could be something we do with Elias as like a sound effect thing. But for now, I mean, it's quite. Oh, did we talk about this before? Like a couple of weeks ago with Hades? Were we talking about the
Yeah.
end of boss
Yeah,
fights?
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that went anywhere. I don't know how far we got with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think I've been holding off on doing that until I've done the higher phases of the boss fight, because that's what it's going to be transitioning out of.
Yeah, I agree. I think
so.
Happy for you to just keep on with that, and we can reconvene on the sting at the end of it.
Yeah, cool.
I think just to touch on that, like the only difference between that and Insignia is in Hades, it's you keep playing after the boss fight ends. In Insignia, the scene fades out and then it just other stuff happens. So it probably doesn't need to be quite as, what's the word, flexible as the Hades one. It really is more like when you win in a fighting game against the other character and they go, and then it's like KO, and then that's it. Like that's all it really needs to be. It could even be a hard cut. Like it could even be that the music just fully chops and we play some sound effect and then move on. It's possible that that's a viable exit out of this. So maybe we just leave it, and I'll let you cook on the different boss fight states, and then we'll see how we go. And I've got a bit of work to do on that boss fight. So you probably wouldn't even have the best reference to work from if you started right now anyway. Okay. All right. If there's nothing else major, I'm happy to call this meeting. And I guess we'll probably have a little bit more to chat about next week. But yeah, we can discuss more offline.
Cool.
Okie doke. Well, thank you so much, Morgan.
All right.
And have a
No
good rest of your
worries.
week.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Cool. You know, I was paranoid throughout all of that because I feel like my microphone is popping, like something's going on with it. Did it just change? I don't know what it is. It must be, you know what? It's when I max out my headphones. I hear my S's a lot louder, and I just get like, I hear it and then it trips me up. I think we're okay. I just worry that I'm in your ears too pitchy, you know? And whoever else is listening to me over Discord or whatever. I'm very paranoid about it because with mic settings, you know, if they're wrong and you don't change them and you stream every day for years, it's just like wrong for years. It's just bad forever. And no one says anything. They just go, I guess he has a bad mic or something. So yeah, that was a really good meeting, man. I keep saying it. I really love the work that everyone's doing, and feeling the game flesh out so much faster than I can do it makes me, it's like, I mean, maybe it's not a credit to like my direction. It could just be a credit to my team being so good. But I want to believe that I'm kind of, you know, I'm playing a role in that too. Sure. Let me grab that track and I'll just pop it in here. I think this is the track. It's a little bit 20th Century Fox as well. The snares. Okay. Anyway, let's move on from that. So this was 4 o'clock. Was that 44 minutes? Wow. That's crazy. That's nuts. 44 minutes. I guess we didn't start until maybe like 10 past. Music meeting. Oh, it's only 4:45. Okay, so it's like 35 minutes. I think we're okay. I need to finish this VFX stuff today, though. I want to keep working on it. Thanks, Five Nax. I'm calm because ultimately I've had a bit of a psychological shift recently. I've been doing a lot of work on my mental health, and I'm just in a place where I've noticed it's become very clear to me how much my personal environment, my internal environment, is dependent on expectations that I have of myself. And those expectations do not align one-to-one with my ability or my progress or my state. What I mean to say is, if I want to work really hard, I can do that without being so stressed that I'm close to tears or whatever for months on end. And that stress, they're just not mutually dependent, you know? You don't have to be stressed to work hard. You can work hard and not be stressed. And the stress comes from being impractical about factors that you feel matter. And I think for me, there are things that I need to do that are, there are opportunities that I'm not able to take on because of where things are at right now, right? Like if I had been faster 3 weeks ago with the pitch deck, I could have sent that out to publishers already. I could have. But I didn't, and it's not through a fault of me being a bad person or not trying hard. Like I'm trying my best. I know that I'm trying my best. So the only space I have to give on that discussion is like I can either accept it or still stress out about it, even though I can't change it. What value is there? My ability to do the work day to day is too important for my stress to affect that for my judgment of myself to affect it. Like, it's just more important that I'm able to do the work and give good feedback and be present and, be healthy. That's more important than me freaking out every day, which I easily could be doing. In fact, I have done this month. I've freaked out a lot. I just don't show you guys. But it's just, like I'm trying really hard to just like be better at that. And you know what? The biggest thing that I'm realizing is, this is the most important thing. At a certain point, Insignia and its success is not dependent on this deadline. It's not dependent on me having the demo done by the 28th. I said it would be done by the 28th, but that's just a number for targets that we have. What's important is that I can go to GDC and be fully relaxed, fully present, engage with whoever I can, and be confident, because it's a sales game at that point. And my self-confidence, if my internal mental environment has just been stress, and I get there, how am I going to pay service to the good work that my team has done and that I've been doing, and where the game stands? I'm not going to feel confident about it if I'm giving myself crap all the time about it. So like, being judgmental about yourself has some value in some contexts, but you can't let it become imposter syndrome that becomes self-sabotage. That is so important to mitigate. And I'm the kind of person who has a high tolerance for that kind of stress. So it's very easy for me to just deride, just push, and hate myself and not be able to take a compliment. But in a negotiation situation, that's the worst thing you can do, to be feeling like you're down here and the person you're talking to is up here, because you'll just fold. You're just under. You won't be able to argue for yourself. So, it's not even about cutting your losses. It's about recognizing the progress you've made. We set high targets, but if you don't meet them, that doesn't make you a failure. It means you succeeded at all the other things you just did. So let's keep going. And you know what? I'm hearing it. That's the other thing. I'm starting to hear, like, when's my GDC? Oh, I'm not giving a talk at GDC. I'm attending GDC. I'm just going to meet publishers, basically. Hey, Fuyahana. That is Figma. So, I was going to say something. Yeah, I'm hearing it. Like, people watching the stream, playing the game inside of my team, or people around my wife. I'm hearing people look at the game and react to the game in very positive ways. That should be enough for me. That should be very exciting. That should make me comfortable enough. If it's wowing people, it's we're there, And the thing that I feel most validated about, this is really important. I'm just going to say this, and then we'll get to the work. About almost 13 months ago, I showed these mechanics as they are today, the same mechanics, to Morgan and Luca before they were members of my team. They were just people in the community, in the industry that were at a meetup event. I showed them this game with the mechanics that are in there right now. And I had to explain it to them because there was no VFX, there was nothing, there was a lot of work in UI, but there wasn't much flourish or polish around it. And there was a gentleman who played the game, and he's a game developer too. The reactions I was getting to the systems were like, it's a little, like, I think I get it. It seems cool, but like, I don't know if like it's going to be easy for other people to get it. Adam, if you want to hear explaining it. And that's been like a huge fear of mine. I have this insecurity about being able to communicate myself through my games and my work, and in general, with words. But I really think that this now is starting to speak for itself very well, particularly in the pitch deck that I put together the other day. I think it's like, oh, it's clicking now. And I think retrospectively, it means, oh, it was always going to click. It just didn't have the amount of polish that it needed to be so intuitive and so simple. It's this really, I'm so glad that it's starting to, this like truth that I think there's a truth, and truth is, the truth is becoming more evident to me. The belief that I have is becoming more evident that my belief is true. That something that feels really simple doesn't have to be really simple to make. Like, it's okay if you put tons and tons and tons of effort into making something feel like it's really, really easy and simple and intuitive. Intuition or intuitiveness is not something that comes from your idea being like just good. Sometimes ideas require a lot of energy in how they're constructed, all the edge cases around how they're used, the way you communicate around them, the subtle polishes, and actually the intuitiveness comes in part in packaging the thing that you've built. And I guess it's, a loose analogy would be something like an Apple product, like AirPods. They're very simple to use, but like they're very complicated as well. The engineering that goes behind something like that it's not that, the engineers at Apple have these like genius light bulb ideas that no one else has had and then just will them into existence, and they're so easy to do. And then, oh, why didn't we think of this? It's so obvious. It's like, no, like it feels obvious because they managed to get the battery in there through a feat of engineering that in the past was infeasible. Like, this is not a new idea, Bluetooth headphones. It's like, no, they've just polished the hell out of it until the product is at that point where it's viable. And now it feels really easy and intuitive, and like the magnets and all of the, everything, like wireless charging, all of these things that they're straightforward for you as the consumer now, but they weren't straightforward to build. And I think I just had an insecurity as a developer that for me, like the behind the scenes of this stuff it's really messy, but when it's done, you're going to think it's really clean. It's, what it is? It's a construction site. You can be building the most amazing building you've ever seen, but a construction site is a mess, always. And it never looks good until they take all the scaffolding away. And what you're left with is the vision that's final. Yeah, Architect. Yeah, we just. I make a lot of building analogies in the stream, but I think that's a legit thing. You know, as an architect, you have a vision, and sometimes like the vision doesn't even come through the way that you thought it. You know, but if you persevere and you make sure that the essence of that vision makes it through, like, oh, that skylight that lets in the light that makes this room really feel like the centerpiece of the house or whatever. Like, if you can push through that, or maybe even find opportunities, maybe not so in building buildings, but like in game dev, it's like sometimes I'll have an idea and the idea isn't as good as what comes out because there are opportunities in the development that make it even more suitable. Anyway, I love what I do. I love my job, and I don't feel so bad at it right now. That's all I really mean to say. So, right, okay. So now I've got something that is really hard to do. I've got to show all of the ensigns bursting out of the level. And I haven't really put a lot of thought into validating how that's going to work. Like if it's going to look good when I do it. So what we're talking about is this being, you know, going really, really fast. You know, it's and then they all have to burst at, you know, they're going to go whatever. And then we got to see them all go out. And I think what we want to see is my game does have key rebinding. It's not hard to make, but it's hard to get right. I'm going to have to do another pass on it before release because I need to swap it from hard keybinds to Unity actions. Okay, so this needs to burst, and I guess I haven't thought yet about what that looks like, in what direction they go, whether they have a bit of a noise to them. I think I just want to be able to set maybe like end points for each of them. Maybe end points. And I don't know, because it's 16, I don't know if it's like, do we go radial all over the screen? Do we go just up and out? The idea is that there'll be 13, 14, 15, 16. 13, yeah. There'll be 13 that fly off in every different direction. And there'll be 3 left behind. And the 13 need to feel like they're not in this level anymore. They've gone into the game world. And the 3 need to then disperse more gently into the level. 13 feels like, you know, if I was to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, that's kind of like this. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll make a set of 13 points. And I'll just place them around the level where I think they should head off to relative to the start point. So if that's the beginning, in fact, let's just for a second pop that in the middle. So this is where it's all happening. I'll take these dispersion points and I'll just send them off. I'll just move them off in different directions. Well, that's only 6 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 can go off this way again. 8, let's go another pass. I don't think we quite got that right. Not bad. It feels pretty random. Will they fly off at one time like fireworks? Maybe like mostly like a bomb. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How will I need to think about this for a second. This thing here, I've got these objects and I almost feel like they should be like a spiral out, like a, or like a, they, oh, maybe they could go up single file, like, that could be interesting. Not spread out. Or maybe it's like a firework that, you know, the fireworks like they like shoot them off like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, like a sprinkler. They just go. Really hard. It's really hard to think about. All right. Well, I guess we'll need, let's just keep going here. So, now we could do something where it's kind of, do you know what? Maybe I shouldn't do these with dispersion points. Maybe I should just do it mathematically and then just use a gizmo to figure out where they go. Let's do that. Okay. The map method is really handy. It's kind of like a lerp, but it lerps a value from a min and a max to a new min and a new max. So it's like, hey, I've got, time, which goes from 0 to 1, and I want to get a value out from, let's say you want a character that's going to grow and they start at like 4 foot tall and you want them to be like 6 foot tall at the end. Well, you know that time's going to go from 0 to 1. So you want to map that from 4 foot to 6 foot. Do you know what I mean? So that when time is 0, you get 4. When time is 1, you get 6. So it's literally just doing that. It's a very simple. You can I show the method? Yeah. That's it. I've got a clamp in there. You don't need the clamp, but it's just so that it doesn't overshoot or undershoot. But so you got a value, min 1, max 1, min 2, max 2, and then whether or not you're going to clamp. And then it's the value equals, it's like min 2 plus the range of the max and the min times the range, or the distance between the value from the min over the distance between the total range. And then you don't even have to do any of this stuff if you don't want. You could just output that. It's really just this line. If you look up processing map function, I think it's like, or even just Java might have one. I don't know where I got it. I mean, I know where I got it. I used it. It's a native function in the processing library for Java, but I don't know who designed it or where it came from. It's just a common thing that you can use. So I use it all the time. So in this case, I is going to go from 0 to 13, And I want the number, the output, to be an angle between 0 and 180. So now that's not going to do anything, is it? Because they all have this noise jitter on them. But see that? Now we can make them burst out. Or maybe it should be like it slow down, like a bullet time thing. Okay, that's cool. So I did helpers.up, but if I start with helpers.left, vector2.up, if I start with left, then it should rotate around a different thing. So I need to do something here, which is a little unfortunate. I need to give all of these parents. A shockwave would be really cool. So like this needs a parent, that needs a parent, that needs a parent. All of them need parent components. Otherwise you won't be able to do the jitter while you're doing the thing. Sucks. A prefab would have been really nice here. Let's do it. Ensign shatter symbol. And this is called Ensign color. I might as well rename this Ensign shatter symbol and do it for that. Why do I need this? Oh no, I just want to assign that to it. Okay, that's fine. So it's Ensign. So it's now a bunch of transforms. No. I want to control two aspects of all of these things. Nah, it's okay. Or I just manually do it. I could get component on each of them. Or I could just give them a... Yeah, I feel like we're there already. Okay. All right. Public noise jitter. And then I'm actually going to go into this thing, and I'm going to put this on that, and put this on that, and then this on that. Yeah. And then rename this to Ensign Shadow symbol. And then this is not a list of noise jitters, it's a list of Ensign Shadow symbol. I'm such a doofus. Okay, now we're back. So here, when we set the position, we say shadow components dot transform dot position. Yeah, that's just going to work now. Well, we'd only want to do comic relief if it made sense. In this context, we're definitely not going to do that, because this is supposed to be really, really important. This is like you're interacting with literally God in this sequence. It's not supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be very serious. Okay. So these will jitter, but they're all the same ensign right now. So we need to give them their ensigns. I could just manually do it, but I'm going to do it more quickly. For each. Now, hang on a second. This needs to be on a mic. Where do I find all the abilities in the game? Special ability manager? Okay. For int I equals 0, I is less than special ability manager dot s dot all scriptables dot count I plus plus. What's wrong with that? Then we say shatter components at I dot ability equals special ability manager dot s dot all scriptables at I as well. Cool. Now, we don't have all of them in the special ability manager yet because they come from Armin and I didn't put them all in Armin yet. So let's go do that now. Armin. Ensign ability behaviors. There it is. Special ability manager. All scriptables. Rise, charge, force scale. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. And I don't know which ones they are. I should number them. Propel is new. Pretty sure Propel is new. Wave is new. And Arc, Arise, Charge, Dive, Force is there. Launch is there. Phase Dash is there. Propel. Pull. Is Pull not there? We've got Shock twice though. One more. Slide is there for sure, right? Step is there. No, it's not. No, it is. Meteor's in there. Launch is in there. Force is in there. Dive. Charge. Arise. What the heck? Which one did I miss? Slide? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And there are 16 elements there. Which one did I not do twice? What's wrong with me? Arise, charge, force, scale, meteor, slide, phase dash. Arc, arise, charge, force, scale, meteor, slide, phase dash, dive, launch, step, shock, force. That's not a bad idea. Done. Yeah, much easier. But I want to do these in a specific order. So like arise, climb. Oh, climb would have been the one. Wait, scale it's called. Ah, that would have been it. Scale, charge, arise. Those three need to be first three. Hey, morons. Welcome. Okay, so those are the first three. Everything else is probably fine. Probably everything's fine. I don't think anything else in the game expects them to be in a specific order. Wait, what? Oh, there needs to be more ability states for each of the... There needs to be one for each. And there currently is not. So this needs to also be 16. I'll just, for now, fake it. Oh, they need to be in the right order. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Wall climb, charge, rise. I mean, down air is dive, arc. All I care about is that water step is step, which is 14. Entropy is launch, which is 6. Crash. Slide is all the way back here. I'm screwing these up as I do them. That's the worst. Crash. Is where dare should be, and dare should be. I really should have these abilities. Yeah, they've got the scriptables on them. So why don't I just remove this list altogether and derive it from this? Just put these in there and then just check all the scriptables on these to get these. For now, let's just leave it. I'll fix it when it's wrong. Okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Very good. And then boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we added rotation. But it needs to be, we're adding rotation from vector2.right, I think. Not left. What? Okay. But here we're doing, this should be 3 to 16. Mostly. Is the hooded guy a boss? Nope. Not a boss. There's a bit of an issue with the timing of this stuff. So I got to do this. So now it's this. How do we get whatever this is? How do we get this image? you take vector2.right, you take start position. Oh, because we're starting it at, what was it, 13 or something? Okay. Because a different script is going to call that value later. So what did we do here? Let's have a look. We should count them. We should be able to go through them. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3. What's this one? Where's that? 1, 2, 3. Are all there. But this one doesn't look very good. Doesn't have a sprite. Oh, that ability might not have a sprite. What ability is that? Step ability. There we go. It's good to know. Okay. That means there must be others that don't have them, correct? Because that's there, that's there, that's there. Then we've got this, 1, 2. These two don't have it either. That's rebound and pull. That's got one. Where is it? And this one. Is pull. This one is rebound, pull. Pull has, they both have them. So what the heck? Why are they just not here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. But there's no reason why they shouldn't be here. Oh, they don't have colors. Their color is black. I see. So rebound and pull. We can fix this. Rebound is a special, which is a yellow. And we can get that from anywhere. Let's go get that now. And then pull is a blue one. Got him. All right. Nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What I'd like to do is make them symmetrical. Obviously. So I want to map the rotation. What am I currently doing? Oh, I'm mapping 0 to 13. So it should be 0 to 12. And that'll just do it, I think. Because that's 12. There's obviously. Yeah, there we go. You saw it there for a second there. Cool. You know what we could do? We could make the 3 that stick around the middle 3. Yeah. Yeah. That's the end sign right there. Maybe the jitter should be a bit more. Not less than that, but faster. No, I kind of like it. Eight and 13. This one and this one? No. 13. Oh, they do. Those two do have the same symbol. They shouldn't. I don't know which ones they are. Let's have a look. You are Meteor, which is the same as... Shock. I know what shock is supposed to be. There. All right. The only other issue is the 3. I mean, we could call it 16 and just go for it. 15. And then get all of them instead of... But I'm concerned about... No, it can't... Yeah, I don't know. Oh my gosh, Adam, come on. That's pretty cool, seeing like that. I gotta mix them up a bit more, but pretty neat. And I kind of do want to go left to right, or I could go middle out, just stagger them middle out. So that the 3 at the beginning are the ones that you see like here, here, and here. But then the problem is they don't they're even because there's 4. But there's 4 times 4, which is 16. But when there was an odd number, there was 1 in the dead center, and because you get 3, it would be nice if 3 stuck around that were from there. Maybe I'll just have to make them start like this, and then I don't know, pull 3 out and make them... I don't know what I want to do. I don't think that's what I want. add one more. I kind of like the symmetry of it. Maybe they all go out. But 3 come back. Also, I think I want to do like... And then this can be up again. In a way, because of how they are, you can't really see them. Maybe I'll have it be that they kind of appear on screen like, and then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they all just off. And they've got that jitter going on. I think seeing them like this is better. So that you can perceive them as symbols. I think that's more important right now. Otherwise, they're just colors if they go really fast. Whereas watching them go, 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 those are all of the powers you're going to get, and they're all here. So watching them disappear is nice. Yeah, of course. Screen flash, shake, that's all coming later. I think they need to linger on screen a bit. Did I like that value? 80? They're not far apart enough. I feel like 90 is it. It's actually 90 degrees. Sorry about that, just coughing a lot. It might be cool for them to like follow like a, like they kind of like swirl into this position. But I think I'll just make them stagger their little path. So here's what I'm going to do. I actually have stagger somewhere else in moving column. columns. I'll just figure it out again. Can't be bothered reading that. So it's really just T. It's really just I times stagger. I out of 16 F. No, it's literally stagger times I. So it should be minus. And the total time needs to subtract. And we need to mathf.clamp it. Where's my clamp? Oh no, time is clamped. And I feel like the maximum stagger should be like 0.1. I need to think about this. What do I want this to do? I want for the things, I want to subtract from the end time, or God. The maximum offset is the degree to which time minus I times stagger That's the... Oh, God. I did do this before. Let's just do that. Let's try that. That's what I want. Ding, 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 ding. Yep, that's it. Wait, what? They started earlier. That's not right. I don't know, Gunslinger. When I'm finished with it. Evaluate dispersion. IT. It's kind of more that I want to add time. They all have, I basically want to take the starting offset. So it's really 0 minus stagger times I. And end time is 1 minus stagger times I. Isn't that it? And then map T is going to go from 0 to 1 to start time and end time. Is that right? Nope. And also it's backwards. How did that happen? Because we're going negative? I'm gonna turn the air on, I'll be right back. I still don't think I got it right. So, boom, 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 boom. Let's bring this back in. It's right, except it's not right. In that, I think the mapping is wrong. No, I think I have to map T from the most possible start. So like T is going to go from 0, pardon me, 0 to 1. And it's going to start as like this and end at count minus no 1 minus stagger times count. So that's like, I think this is wrong. I think the latest start time is 16. So it's count and the earliest end time. No, earliest start time to the latest end time. Yeah. And this is 0. It's actually just 0. That can't be right. The latest, oh my gosh. The first start time is 0 and the latest end time is that. I think that's right. Oh, this cough has got me, man. Okay, so boom, a little bit of stagger, and then bring this down to here. So it's like 1, no, it doesn't go enough. I think it's the other way around. I think we should go that. What, add this? That seems maybe right. Hey, Agent OG. I'm working on something here. Hang on. I'll explain it in a second. Oh, hang on. Ding, 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 ding. Yes. There we go. We got it. Not quite. It starts off really fast and ends really soon. think is, why does it scale like that? Because we didn't map the starting time forward. Oh man, really annoying. Can't I just add stagger to time? Isn't that all I need to do? Why is it so hard? Hey, Big Alfie, thank you. Like T. Oh, I can't add to T. It's accumulating. It's cumulative because I'm doing a for loop. I'm gonna add a new one. T plus stagger times I. That's why. It was cumulative. I knew there was something wrong there. I can't map T. So this is gonna go all the way. It's not gonna stop early because we're not. The staggering is working, but we need to make it so that right now we are adding time based on how much stagger there is. But we now need to also subtract that from where we start. So we need to say T equals map. It's going to go from 0 to 1. It's pretty hard. Takes a long time. Depends on what kind of game you want to make, obviously. When you say, oh, 8-4 level, like you want to make Mario Brothers 3. Is that what you're saying? Like it's got 8 worlds, 4 levels each, or Mario Brothers 2 or something. Mario 1. Depends on what the graphics look like, depends on how complicated the mechanics are. Same size game, same kind of mechanics, same visuals. You basically just want to remake Mario Brothers 1. It might take you 2 years if you know what you're doing. And it might take you 6 months if you have very low standards and you don't know what you're doing. And it might take you 5 years if you have very, very high standards, even if you know what you're doing. How much money do you want to make from it? You going to sell it? That's correct. It's really, really hard. And it's, even as a hobby, it's really hard. If you want to make a game that's like, have you played Celeste? If you wanted to make Celeste, that was made by like 5 people over like 4 years. And that's like a modern version of Mario Brothers. It's a lot more visually pretty than Mario Brothers, but I mean, even Stardew Valley, when you say it took them 4 years, that's for the 1.0 version. They're still working on Stardew Valley, and there's a big team on it, and that's taken them months, years to get updates out. So like, you have to be very, it's not just, you can't look at that game today and say that took 4 years. That took a lot of people a lot more than 4 years. It's a team now. It was solo when it came out. Wait, is Heartforth Alicia still not out? Damn, that's crazy. Let's hope we're not saying that about Insignia a year from now. Hey, we got it. I got it. Ding, 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 ding. Yay. Cool. But I want them flipped. That's crazy. I hope that game's good. What does it look like today, I wonder? Oh, it's good that I'm not the only one then spending an inordinate amount of time on his game. I feel like the stagger needs to be bigger, the range. So right now, let's call this 1.5. And then the stagger range is too small. They stream on every Tuesday, do they? That's pretty cool. Bang, 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 bang. So we start here. We start jittering this. And then that becomes this. At this, it starts to break. And then it goes ding, and these immediately stop jittering. Maybe a little bit. I've been working on my game. It's been a Unity project since 2016. Let's call it that. I was part-time on it for five years. I've been full-time for the last 2.5. Okay, let's start getting some of these things in the timeline. Alrighty. So, first thing we do is set the thing to false. Then we see it hovering. And then let's just leave it as it is. At this point here, we swap it to on. And then it shatters into all the composite end sign symbols. So burst time is 0 here, and it's 0 here. They disperse here. Let's call it there. At this point here, the component jitter should be a little bit, and then here it should be a lot. And then this, the components should have a bit of a jitter. And that jitter should go up to like this and very fast. All right, let's see it. Not a bad first pass, but not quite what I was looking for. Hey, spiritual caster, welcome. The game won't be ready for another couple of years. I should be able to to play through this and have it do what I need it to do. So let's see if we can edit it while we're playing it. Is that possible? No. So this, I kind of need to go at this point. It's really hard to work on this like that. Where's my curves editor? There it is. Okay. That's my jitter. There we go. So it's going up to there, but it probably should be more like that. So it's like, what? Yeah, that's better. Then at this point, we've got this, which I think should start a lot higher. And the jitter speed as well should also start a lot higher. Now that's way too high. Whatever this value is needs to come way the hell down. The problem I think is that increasing the jitter speed changes the time scale, so you can't slowly accelerate the jitter speed. I think that's the issue. We can't make this value go up because the resulting output is accelerating. Even if it's moving at a very slow rate, we would need to shift time shift the start time back by the difference in delta time to make it feel like it's smoothly going up. Maybe I just don't change this time. I just let it be constant. Then the burst time. It's pretty linear, but on this point right here, we need to make the jitter basically disappear. Gee, I hope this saves. I think it's the stagger that's really slow at the moment. The time is actually not too bad. Cool. Well, not a bad start. We can have that play out a little bit slower. It's pretty good. I don't know what I want to happen here. Let's watch it again. I'd love to bring the lights down in this moment. think there's an easy way to do that. How have I done it in other areas? Well, they're not going to stay there. They need to disappear. I just need to think about how they're going to do that. Also, this start's a little too chaotic. It's so cool. Yeah, the camera should definitely pitch up. Oh no, that's two camera mark. Oh, this just goes here. I want to hold it. I also think it should all be a bit higher. If Armin starts there. Not bad. I might even have him get knocked over. It's set to not loop, but it does loop, and I don't know why it does that. Hey, Davy Jones, that's a really, really interesting thought that you just created. Should they be more like a tent? I hadn't even thought about that. Oh. Should it be like a diamond formation? I don't mind the arc. It's kind of cool to me. I think because I don't really want them to be arranged very geometrically. Because I wouldn't do all the greens and all the reds, all the yellows, all the blues. I think the arc's kind of nice. I might even bring it in a little bit. Like, just a little bit more like that. And I think maybe they maybe they should shatter. Oh, that would be cool. Randomly, except for the 3 that remain. WHICH. They were going to go out into the world, but I wonder if they should just break. These are all the ensigns, and Armin's only going to get 3 in the demo. There's 16 total. These are all of the moves that you get in the game. We've designed like 8, 9. The rest are just mock-ups right now. Yeah, that's the idea. It's actually, it's kind of interesting because we're creating 2 moments here where you get that. One is here, and then one is at the end of this sequence. This is going to happen. Let me show you something. So when you get the 3rd one in this little sequence, it does this. So it's like, you just got 3. Look at all these empty slots off to the right. I think showing 16 though is cool here. I'm just not sure why the animator, if we haven't started, play it. Or if looping, then play it. I don't know. I mean, loop should be set to false. Doesn't ever change. One sec, pals. Thanks, Pen Paul. Cool. True. Wait, false and then true. Yeah, false. So then how come when this gets called, we're telling Armin that we're not going to loop this? How do we get to looping? Is it because he's idling? This is Armin's retro animator. Maybe because Armin is idling, looping gets set to... Looping becomes looping. So looping should go to false, but maybe because he's in his idle state and his idle wants him to loop. That's happening that way. That might be it. It might just be Armin who can't do it. Let's have a look. We might have to put him into a different state. So anyway, let's try it. Wait, he wasn't looping that whole time. What? You see that? It wasn't. The heck? Unless it was flicking back and forth from looping to not looping. It's not looping. Time passes. It's still not looping, but we're at frame 1 again. Does it get replayed? But it doesn't get replayed. I don't understand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. Yeah, I guess. Do you know what? I could just stop it. I think I know what I should. I think I know what I should do. I think I should just. Hello. It might take me a little bit. Until it's ready. No, oh, I didn't press today. All right, I'll do that in a bit. I think maybe you're right. Maybe if I cut it here, it'll just freeze on that last frame. I don't like working around my work like this, but just for now, we'll just deal with it. I feel like we're finally getting to that point where the game feels like that it's got that Metroid-y thing about it. There we go. Yeah, you're all right. Especially this. I know it's not visually right yet, but like the way it's like you make your way to this big thing. Now you see this central terminal. That's a shot. That's the money shot. Oh, do you know what would be sick? If in the middle, this was flickering, the crucible was flickering through each of the symbols on a loop. I want to use that center. And then they need to disappear off screen. And I don't know if it's up. I think up is the way to go. I think I need to make them, maybe it's like a sweep up, each of them like All right, I got to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit. We'll keep going. That is a cool idea. Yeah, it's supposed to light up. There's a lot of little sequencing stuff here that part of it is to do with the fact that the game has systems. Like this thing is a progress bar for something else when you're earning the abilities. But like, of course, it should also be this voice. Hey, Kid Doddle. How's it going? Sorry for the late reply. Cool. This is a very parametric effect right now. I'm basically creating sliders for all the curves. So it's going to work like this. Just get all the way up here, pop this guy, and then I am losing my voice a little bit. These guys are going to burst out like this, and then we want to exit them. I don't have an exit transform. That's why. Okay, create empty. Doom. Okay. Adam left it on. You get out of here. Okay. Well, I still want to run up against it. Okay, so back to this guy. Turn that on. This goes out. Wait, why does the stagger do that? That's weird. It's supposed to do what I'm telling it to do. Why? It lost all of the staggering. How did that happen? Because it's evaluating exit at the same time. So, okay, a couple things. First of all, exit transform needs to be all the way up here. And then more even, like up here. And then it's either or. All right. We go again. So we turn this on, we can burst, ding, 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 and then we go all the way. And then we go do 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 do. Ah, that's so cool. Maybe we can try for like a little bit of ease in out. Maybe we go backwards for a bit. What does that do? Oh, not quite anything. Hey, Astacart. Wow. Huh. That's a long time. Thanks for watching. Yeah, of course. And you know what? We could have we could have this exit transform also moving. Like if I put it here, watch this. These guys all go towards it. So as that's happening, this can be shifting upwards, which is going to pull them all up. I don't think they should come together. I don't think it should do that though. I think they should just leave. But I do feel like maybe they should come to the center first. I just don't know how to, like, it's kind of a Bezier at that point. Unless I could make it so that the Y curve comes in a lot more. So I can make these guys sweep in, but I won't be able to make these go down. I just feel like maybe it's a little bit we're like missing a central thing. Well, that will happen. I'm gonna skip those ones. So basically we're just gonna say if I is not which ones, good question, Adam. Which ones are we actually doing? I think I want them separate. I think I want them in I think I want them in 3 different places. Just random. I don't want them to feel like they're in order. So, like when we do this and we do this, these 3 are the ones, but I don't want them to be. You think randomly is better? Yeah, maybe it is better. But I'd have to set the random order manually, I think. I don't think I could just randomize it every time. Maybe for how they disappear it could be random. But not the position of these 3. No, I mean, no, we're talking about this specific thing. Watch this, ready? That. She's talking about that being random rather than left to right. I could also bring this, where is it? This in a lot closer. And then it would be more like that. I think the jitter is maybe just a little bit too big. But the only problem with this is that they're so dense. Unless I bring the angle out and then it's like that. Well, that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. And then we go up. Oh, that's kind of, I think I'm getting sold on that. So this is 150 as an angle with a pause distance of 76.75 and 150. This is why parametric design is so important, because you can literally come up with ideas as you're playing with it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We You just want that jitter way, way down. More like that. And then boom, 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 boom. I don't mind them like this. Man, the rainbow colors in a scene that's so gray, they look so good. You think it's too low? I can offset it. We can put it like here. It's probably better. Whoops. And then where should it center around? I think where it's at is pretty close. It's centering right there. Post-processing? Not in this scene. No. Well, the question is, should they be around Armin in the center or around the diamond at the top? I guess that's the only real question. We can put it right here. I mean, if you want, it's not going to hurt. I don't know why it's offset on the y-axis like that, though. I think it might just be the way it's drawn. Oh, the S icon is also offset by the same amount. That means that the sprite is off. Let's just not speak of this. No, the S icons, everything's off. No, look at this. This is way off to the right compared to this. Oh, but this is... Okay, well, sure. It's not relative to anything. It's actually, you know what it is? It's the sequence is just arbitrarily placed in the scene. Let's try that. Still off. Still off. Let's just go. Hang on, I might be crazy. No, okay. Why is that? But then it's like dead center there. That's so weird. Who can say? Anyway. Oh, now it's off to the left. Hang on a second. Is this a drift thing because of the way that it's floating? No, it doesn't have any jitter on the x-axis. Who knows? It's parallax? Oh, it's goddamn parallax. Okay. Well, that's all. That's fine. It's just the parallaxing in the scene. The crucible is behind, so it's parallaxing. Okay. So we turn this on, and then we go do 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 do. I think that looks pretty good. And then we go. But now it's like, now I feel like they should be inside of this shape. Or like that. Maybe like that. Pretty good. I like that the most. Because if they join in the center, that means there's union, but they're not in union. They're being separated. That's the whole point of this. You just watch them separate. If they come back together, that's weird. Did I eat already? No, I put the rice on. It's on the rice cooker. I can make them leave in a random order. Yeah, I can do that. Check it. But first, I need to know that I is greater than 3. Greater than or equals to 3. Yeah, I. Because I don't want the first 3 to shatter away. The only thing is, I'll think about it. So anyway, we want them to randomize. All right. Oh, what if I just do, hang on a second. I don't even think I need to assign like that. How does this work again? Let's just do it like this. Oh, is there no shuffle in system.link? Random.shuffle. Nope. What if you don't know about art and you want to make a game? You can still do it. I don't know what a span is. X sharp. That's Elon's programming. Order by. There you go. That's much better. You can always outsource the art by hiring an artist. You can share revenue by working together side by side. You can learn. You can do programmer art, which is simple. Lots of options. So we kept the 3. But it's the wrong one. No, it's the one in the list with the index of I gets moved to this. But the problem with this is that this I... no, that's okay. Hang on a second. I think I lost it. It should definitely... Maybe it did. Oh, it did randomize the position. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Did it? Wait a second. Oh, hang on. I think it's the eye of random shatter. It's random shatter. Shatter.index of shatter components at I. So it's like we're getting the exit of a different one that's shuffled. I don't know why that happens though. At the very end, it does a little blip. Because their positions are swapped now. It's getting the... Yeah. Damn it. Can we do maybe this? Can we, oh my God, this is so bad. Is that what we do instead? we interpolate back. Is that just going to put us back where we started? Is that just going to decode it back? Damn it, I just undid it. No. Okay, what the hell do we actually need to do here? I think we need to go from where we are going to where we need to end up. So we need to pass in the start pos first. It's this. And then this, the end, the target destination is where we're headed. And that we pull in from the other one. I think it'll work. If it doesn't, I'll be upset. No! No! I must be confusing myself. I think I'm losing it. There's a much easier way to do this. I can feel it. I can feel that it's way easier than this. Okay. What do we actually want to do? We want to substitute we want to just randomize this order, right? No. Ah, it's this. The offset is just a different offset. That's all. Just the time offset, not the path that it travels, not the start position, just when we start. And then, please. Whoops. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, buddy. And then, yeah, the assigned ones do have to be in random positions. But I wouldn't make them random. I think I'm going to make them specific because I don't want them to sometimes be needed depending on different people's games. I don't want them to be different. A simple trail. So many opinions. We'll get there. We're only just working it out. I mean, it's not bad. I'm happy that you're giving feedback. But like, I can't implement any of the feedback at the rate that it's coming in because there's too much feedback and I'm just trying to get this part right. Like maybe even a ghosting would be good. Sorry, we're here and we want to give specific positions to some of them, which means we want to, I think, remove and then insert at. We could say, can you do this? This doesn't return, does it? It's void. Okay. We're coding a visual effect. Now, what's so bad about this? Oh, that. Now we can call it B and C. In fact, we could say am I going too far here? So it's going to go in at two, 6, and 10. Now it's going to go in at 2, 7, and 12. If I just made it way too complex for myself. All right. So we go and then look, 1, 2, and 3. That's where they are. And then but I didn't get my 2, 7, and 12. I think because of the multiply. Oh, but I'm removing. I cycle. It's like because I'm removing 2 in the next couple of cycles. So it needs to be like 5, let's just say. Or, yeah. That's so complicated. That's like a bomb for me in the future to try to figure out how the hell I did that. It's not that big of a deal. It's not going to hurt anybody, but it does work. Instead, I got 4 and then 15. So that's pretty good. I mean, they're at the opposites of each other. So if I then say I should just I need to do it this way anyway. It's called an there's a better way to do this. A, B, C. I'm not going to do this. This is silly. A equals this. B equals that. C equals that. And then we'll say 2A 7B 12C. Maybe 14 8 and 3, maybe something like that. That feels a little random. Maybe we need this to be like 9 6 and then 15, maybe. No. 2 8 14. That seems okay. Okay, and then index of these three is the ones that I can't do. So not even index of, it's just if S equals A or S equals B. And then we can do that. Okay. So we make them symbols, we make the jitter right, we push the burst time all the way up. Oh, why don't you go? Hello? And then these three stay. But what about you, buddy? What happened? What number was that? Not 1. What? 4? The 4th one. Hmm? But why does 4 have to move at all? I know why. We shifted the indices when we removed them. I should have removed them in opposite order if I wanted it to be on by index 321 or 210, not 012. Because when you take 0 out, the new 0 was 1. So when you take 1 away, you're skipping 1. It's because I'm modifying the collection, under myself. Something's wrong here where my sliders down here, they stop at 0.5. And they stop at 0.5 because the scale of the time when I map it, I'm mapping it wrong. This is going to go from 0 to 1 to this thing and this thing. But for whatever reason, those two values go to only to 0.5, or at least this value gets to 1 by the time this value gets us to 0.5. So I could cheat and just map it up again. Or like halve it. Or I could figure out why it's doing this. I could just say divided by 2, actually. That might just be much more straightforward. I just halve the time. Because we're going in both directions, we're looking at the lead and the delay of the staggers. But then when you halve the time, oh, that's weird. Really? Halving it gives you that? Why would that be? Otherwise, we could just put this at 2 and just speak no more of this. Oh. I don't know actually. There we go. Yeah, it works. Ding, ring, and then, and then, ding. Cool. So, in order to make this work in the cutscene, all we have to do is add one more little component. Burst effect goes from that to that, and then like a little bit later, we're going to take this and we're going to take exit. Whoop, I don't know what I just did. Exit time. And we're going to move it to 1. That's it. That's all we need to do. So let's have a look. Nice. Well, these 3 are going to go into the level. You unlock these 3 right after this, or like you're gonna go learn to unlock them. Now there was something here where it kind of slowed down. I noticed maybe with the burst effect. It kind of felt okay. I mean, I could bring it in a little bit. It felt like a little. I don't know. Maybe it should be more like. Where is my right tangent weighted? Oh, exit times 2. Maybe we speed that up. So like, whoosh. Cool. Talk to me. I have an idea. There's one more parameter we can change that makes this work really cool. Check this out. I'm going to take this, and then as they all do this from this point, I'm going to take the pause distance, set it to 1, and by the time we get to here, that pause distance is going to be 0.5. So they're going to tighten as they leave. I thought that would look more interesting. I thought the others would come in as well. I don't know why that didn't happen. I don't know. That was interesting. Oh, I know why. Oh, cool, Tachyon. Let's go back to this pause distance, and let's not make this like this. Let's make it like that. Yeah. And then it's actually, I still have to do the exit for these three. It's just that for those three, the exit has to be something different. So index equals I. And here we pass in, no. T. And if it's that, oops, or that, or that, T equals 0. Oh, or I just do this. Cool. So they don't exit, basically, but they can still pinch with the rest of it. How can you be a good programmer? Lots of practice, to be honest with you. That needed to take longer. So let's read them. So the red is the exit time. Oh, okay, they cross over here, which is quite late. I see. So exit time should just be more linear, I suppose. Or even like that. So they cross over earlier. Nah, that sucked. Wait a second. Why is burst effect going from 0? Why is burst effect going down? That doesn't make any sense. No, hang on a second. That's just like the wrong thing. Pause distance. This needs to be easy and out, I think. And exit time needs to be easy in, with maybe just like a little bit of out. We'll make them both easy now. Why not? It's probably better. I think that the crunch could like start happening sooner and end later for some reason. I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. Like I want them to start coming together before they start flying away. I think they need to fly away also, but just in different directions, and I'll have that be just another iteration on this thing. So we've got one more thing to do. And that is return time. Yeah. I need to rename these to what they actually are. I think it's, so the first one is like climb. T. So then B, and then B becomes charge shatter. And then C becomes arise shatter. Okay, and then we're gonna lerp from A to B. I guess a linear lerp is a little bit weird. So what I'd like to do is say float x equals, I want to do two curves here. So x equals let's do this. So all right. I did it. Multiple curses. Okay. All right. What are you saying, Elzak? One sec, pals. I don't know what I was saying, to be honest. Okay. Well, it's yucky, but it works. I just need to assign those 3 transforms and then put them in the level, and then I'm good. And then assign the lerp curve to it. So let me just make an empty child and call this arise destination 2, 3. So we've got arise destination, charge destination, and we've got climb destination. Climb destination is here, charge destination's up here, arise destinations over here, and then here we go to our this thing, and we plug arise in there, charge in there, climb in there. The return curve is going to be a nice ease in out, and then we should be able to play test it. So we do this, we can burst, and then we can exit, and then we can return, but return is giving me, oh, we're getting the exit position, but I wanted not that. This is evaluate dispersion with burst time. Try again. All right, and then I gotta go. Hey, Sninko Games, I'm just about to leave. I'm so sorry. 1, 2. Yay, we did it. It's a bit of a shame that they should cross over each other. So we should put the red one here. Classic Stitch Up. They literally go in the worst. They're in the worst possible positions they could be. Like, this should be there. So we should just cycle them back by 1. Let's see if we can do that. So this should be 8, 2, 8, 14, 2. Okay, and then we try that. Hey everyone, thank you so much for checking out the stream. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had a lot of fun too. I'm doing an unlock sequence for my game, and at the moment, we've got jittery, glitchy effects, and we've got symbol burst, which is going to get crazy, and then it goes. You see all the abilities you can get in the game, and then it goes. You lose all of them except these three, which stick around, and they're all going to go away, and then you go get them. Cool. All right, pals. That is the stream. Thank you so much for watching. I have to run. If you like my content and you're on Twitch, you can do this, or you can do this. If you're on YouTube, you can definitely do this. You can check me out at patreon.com/AdamCUnis to support what I do. Thanks. It was a pleasure. I didn't get as much done as I wanted today, but I knew that this was going to take all stream. So it's okay that it did. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales game dev live stream. I feel like we should raid somebody just because we've got so many people here from that raid just now. So maybe I'll just hit the button on... Who do we go? Dev Spios? I know he works hard. Let's give him a raid. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales game dev live stream. Until next time.